Last we hear. Uh, yes, we got it here. What are you talking about? Oh, program to the right. Here we go.
Junior K2s milling about at the start there, and some of the big names are back from yesterday, most notably probably the two guys from Argentina, Vergoven and Catalano, who really butchered that K1 race yesterday.
So, the voice of Ivan Lawler, the co-commentator with myself, Dave McLeod, as we say morning and welcome from Lake Jels in the Vejen municipality of central Denmark. Goedemorgen og velkommen to the crowd. We had a fantastic Danish crowd that packed in here yesterday afternoon for the Mads Pedersen show, and we're expecting more of those locals. On the water right now, the junior K2s and a big field of youngsters, a mix of pedigree and well-schooled crews, and a bunch of youngsters that are getting their first shot at this level, and it just makes it a really fascinating prospect. Weather conditions are good. That's the method table as we start racing today. Hungary taking a burst yesterday, 6 golds taking their total to 13. Spain snapping on their heels thanks to 4 golds, 4 bronzes. Ukraine sitting in third, and they'll be celebrating that fact. And there's actually not much that separates Denmark, South Africa, Argentina, Sweden and Portugal on that medal table.
Could potentially have 2 medals for Argentina this morning. They had 2 medals in this event last year at the World Championships, and one of those same crews is back this year for more.
So it's the junior boys K2 up at the moment. It's one of the youngest crews on the water at the moment. Absolute bundle of nerves at the moment. Jared Shrimpton and Riley Smith, they're under 15s, believe it or not, getting their first taste of international action, and they are up for it. 472 just ahead of them is the Portuguese crew of Batista and Bento. So the course they're going to be taking on occupies the entirety. It's a super look at Lake Yels. The 3.5 kilometer lap takes up the entire course. From the start, you go all around to the top buoy. You turn around the top turn can. That's lap 1, which is a full lap. From there on in, your lap then takes on the full distance of the course, but of course bolts on the portage, which is the key part of it. The portage going through a jetty takeout and then a beach put in. Gradual left-hand turn around the elbow part of the course, down past the reeds on the right-hand side, down to the turn cans, and then of course you're into the portage. The key thing, however, at the end of the race is the short lap. It's 500 meters up around those turn cans, and then a scoot down to the finish line, which is there in front of the crowd, and a much shorter lap of 1 kilometer. That is the Polish crew, which we feel is going to be featuring large in this race. Ivan will take you through that in a little bit more detail. But a big field of junior K2 men. In 481 is the Japanese crew of Ueno and Maeda. And that's the Danish crew. They've enjoyed such fantastic support. Oliver Koch and Anton Hinge, who've already raced. In boat 479 is the Hungarian crew of Kolik and Kiss. 488 in the background is the Swedes, Nordenskjöld and Soderman. And 479 just in front of them is Kolik and Kiss.
So just like in the K1 yesterday, we're looking at the youngsters here, a lot of testosterone, not so much education time. So we expect incidents right from the start. But the 2 countries to watch here, Hungary and Argentina. Well, let's add Spain into that as well. So here's the start list. Shrimpton and Smith, Batista and Bento from Portugal, Fleury and Tute from France, Candela and Panassa from Italy, Largo and Fernandez from Spain. They've got pedigree. Schultz and Lonka from Belgium, Han Sasso from Australia. Then the big guns, Vergoven and Catalano from Argentina. So impressive yesterday. It's hard to see past them for a win today. Kolik and Kiss could have something to say about that, as could Castilla and Aguiar, European medalists earlier this year. Ueno and Maeda from Japan, Wiskowski and Wronkiewicz from Poland, Zeman and Kakeksi from Hungary. Kakeksi third yesterday, outgunned by the Argentinians at the end. Cochrane and Salmon from South Africa, Zugner and Tiapolo from Italy, Mieman and Niehaus from Germany. The list still goes on. Oliver Koch and Anton Hinge from Denmark, Nordenskjöld and Soderman from Sweden. Soderman quite good yesterday. Also Higgins and Harris for Ireland, Bruno and Pizarro from Argentina, next to Will Short and James Ross from Great Britain, Tenora and Vesa from Czech, and on the outside, part of the TIP program, been here all week, Aguero and Pereira from Uruguay.
Big field. Race is going to be made up of 6 laps, 5 of them portages, and then of course that thrilling final lap up to the turn can and then back down to the finish. And there's the crew that we feature as central to this race today.
Really hard to look past them for a win today. They were third last year as underage juniors, and we saw them yesterday. They were super impressive. Next to them, though, the Hungarians, Kolek and Kiss. And to their right will be Castilla and Aguiar, who was second at the Europeans.
The key currency at this level is experience. And if you look at what the Argentinians bring to the party, and to a similar degree the Hungarians, a lot of these crews are racing at international level for the first time, and understandably are a bit like rabbits caught in the headlights. But when you're up against a completely schooled, slightly older, some of these youngsters are 14, you're up against 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds. There's an opportunity for youngsters without any pedigree or limelight or being tipped by people like Lawler to put a hand up and race onto that front bunch. So it might be crazy for the first lap and a half or two. And then there really is an opportunity for some adrenaline-fueled crew to be noticed on the international stage.
I mean, we watched the race back in Pietermaritzburg when Varga was racing K2, and two of the young South Africans hung in with them all the way, and they became the crowd favourite through the laps, because it didn't seem plausible that they'd still be there at the end, and they were. And yeah, that's an opportunity. There's big waves behind those big guys, and if you can ride those waves, then opportunities open up for you very, very quickly.
Well, the crowd's already moved into the seats here, so Oliver Koch and Anton Hinge will be getting heaps of unqualified local support, and they can bank that and use it.
So there's a big group of three, 8th, 9th and 10th from the top of your screen when we look at it. That's the Argentinians, Hungarians and Spanish. Down the bottom end, you've got Argentina next to Great Britain. That's 3rd and 4th up, Argentinians in the white boat there.
This is for those of you that are joining us for the first time.
Start gates are up. You can see that thin red line between the boys there. Starters get a bit hacked off when you actually push that.
Don't want to touch that.
But
if you jump the gun before the gate drops, you'll probably swim, actually.
And away they go.
Beautiful, clean start.
Straight away. Uruguay looking good on the right-hand side there. And the Argentinians in the white boat next to the blue boat of Great Britain. Sweden to Argentina's left. But there's the big guns, already affording himself the luxury of a look across.
Vamos, Argentina. Look at that.
That's the blue boat at the top of the screen. The Uruguayans, bottom of your screen, going their own way. They've been here all week, and they are looking good. They've been practicing their portages over and over, that's for sure. Kolek and Kiss from Hungary. We've got one swimmer already.
Oh, my word. And
not sure, 2 swimmers already. Now I'm thinking, I'm hoping it isn't, but the blue boat that went over first off, 482 in the water there. It's Poland's Wronkiewicz and Wiskowski.
And there's a red and white boat, another 20 meters or so, that's also in the drink.
There's a blue boat there as well. And that's
just a clashing
little bit
of
nerve-wracking for the fans from Great Britain. Just trying to see who's who. That's 482. That's the poles we spoke about.
And there's a blue boat which is almost submerged, which is going to make extraction just a little bit difficult for the RTOs that are busy rescuing these youngsters.
And that looks like it could be the Great Britain crew of James Ross, Will Short.
Yeah.
That's desperately bad luck for those guys.
But it's Hungary and Argentina already taking a stranglehold at the front.
Spain coming up hard on the left-hand side of the group, coming in a bit aggressively.
Yeah. That
green boat moves out and holds them off. And there's your swimmers.
William Short and
Great
James
Britain
Ross.
And Poland. Hungary moving to the front.
Oh.
More aggression at the back. That blue boat is just having its tail tapped.
And that's just not streetwise. Everybody knew that they had to go inside of those turns, but they didn't factor it into the lines they were racing on. So red mist probably amongst these youngsters in the K2s.
France at the back of that group. So Argentina with 2, Hungary with 2, Spain with 2, South Africa, Italy on the right. Just have a little look back, maybe. Ireland racing across the back of the group.
Might get a chance to have a look at that start again and just see what caused
Italians
those.
being tapped on the tail. You see them veering off to the right.
Yeah.
These boys are all over the shop at the moment.
Testosterone zone.
More aggression with between the green and the
that
blue
green
there.
boat's getting pushed
Green boat's
around.
going to tap the tail of the boat to their left. Everyone managed it well in the end. But the Czechs, there's another swimmer
there's another
there.
swimmer. The black
I think
boat's
that's-
down.
I think that was the Czechs went in there. Nobody touched them. It's just all over the shop, this race.
It was just overzealous, if anything else.
Here they come.
But that was
South Africa
Stefan.
into the V behind the Hungarians. Argentina move on the right there. Argentina go to the front. Hungary tuck in behind them.
And in the foreground, Stefan Tenora and Karel Vesey are swimming. But let's have a look at that earlier start, and we can see what happened to.
But look at the blue boat coming across, just coming across too aggressively. They're going to get their back tapped. There's the tap on the back. They've got nowhere to go.
That yellow boat is almost at a 45-degree. There we go. That was the contact with the blue
Being
boat.
turned there, the blue boat hit from 3, 4 boats at a time, and boom, straight in. Frustration.
And then the
for Great
Poles
Britain.
get caught in the consequential traffic jam.
I mean, that is a chaotic picture right there.
You kind of called that before the start.
That's when testosterone overrules race intelligence, and you're just going for something that isn't possible. Both those crews there will look back at that video and maybe think that things could have been different.
Yeah, heartbreak for these youngsters. You know how much this opportunity means to them, and I hope the equipment is okay. I hope the heads are okay to allow them to continue.
So while the junior boys go round the course, that big wide right-hand elbow, the C2s are on the start line, and away they go. Interesting here, we got the 2 Moldovans closest to us in red, who were so strong in the C1s for the first couple of laps, but then just lacked the race nous to finish the job. The Poles, who retired from the C1 there in shot, Bourgil and Zakora. But it's Spain with Busto and Miguel leading out at the moment. So it's going to be Spain, Poland. We've seen all these usual contenders, Campos and Romero. Campos already won, the short course and the long course in his C1. Now he's back out for more.
Clean sweeps will be a rare feat.
The Moldovans going their own way, as they did in the C1 earlier this week. Ukraine there with Davidov and Janchuk in the blue and yellow. And the Portuguese looking like they've kind of retiring there. They're kind of turning right and they're done.
200-meter world champs.
So that was Souza and Maciel. That's the boat you see on the left of your screen, headed back towards the athlete area. And the C2 race looks to be set.
Spain, Portugal.
Yeah.
João Souza and Sergio.
This race will unfold extremely slowly, as it did in the C1 yesterday. And we're on for...
I wonder if they didn't break some gear, either at the start or shortly afterwards. Busto. One of the fabled names in canoeing in that corner of the world.
So Souza and Maciel abandoned. I think that means they've abandoned the race rather than they've been abandoned by,
Or they've
by
abandoned
their
each
fans, or they might have abandoned their families. Either way, they're abandoned.
Abandoned ship.
So
the third of the swimmers was the Czech crew. Let's rewind time.
they're in a blue boat in the middle, right in the middle, with a white tip on a black boat. They just come across to the right, really sharp, brace to stop the collision, and it was the brace that took them in. So architects of their own disaster there, really, and that looked like potentially just a badly set up boat with a rudder that doesn't do the job it's designed to do. And here they come. the survivors in the junior men's K2 race. France to the right of the group there. Italy in the blue boat with the dark blue shirts. There's still aggression going on.
There's still bumper cars going on there.
They're the big guns in the blue boat with the blue and white shirts. Two Argentinian crews together. Again.
Oh, that green boat.
Come the green boat.
This is WWF paddling.
It's insane out there. Hungarians in the white boat taking it to them at the moment. So we've got a front group of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 with two stragglers just hanging on. France in the clown's outfits just going round. It's just a description, Dave. This wasn't a criticism. I'm just trying to highlight it for the viewer. So the Marcel Marceau outfit at the back of the group there. Hungarians at the front. Spanish to their right. Argentina to their left in the blue boat. It's the green boat seemed to be causing a few problems for the others there. We'll get a name check on them as soon as we can. The second Argentinian crew at the back of the group with the brownie hats on, blue and white striped shirts. They're looking okay. So it's tension is gradually beginning to settle. Italians on the outside of the group.
And if there's a flashing sign you would put over this bunch right now, it would just say, settle, settle, settle.
Can you imagine the first Portage when that happens? Oh, it's going to be comedy. So the Danes leading at the moment. Hinger and Koch from Denmark. Not sure we would have had them as top of our list for leading at this stage. But certainly Volgoven and Catalano in the blue boat, we expected to be up there. Spain to their right. 475 is Largo and Fernandez, third at the Europeans earlier this year. Bit of pedigree there. And their teammates to their right in 480, which is Castilla and Aguiar.
The Portuguese boat of Batista and Bento tucked in nicely.
Hungarians at the back of that group just struggling to make contact. They need to get their boat to the tail of the green boat before they've reached safety. They're kind of wavering. They're going for the blue. Why would you go blue instead of green there?
Green boat's got a track record, remember? I think you want to be clear of that.
That's a fair point. The green boat does seem to be more of a dodgem than a boat at the moment.
And that white
and
boat
the French have sat back behind the green boat. They've fallen out from behind the Argentinians. Sweden leading the chase pack behind these two. South Africans doing well in 484 there. That's Cochrane and Salmon. And the group now at least organising themselves in some sort of recognised pattern. So it's the Portuguese in the green boat. Batista and Bento.
The green, yeah, they're in the Portuguese green boat has been the one that's been spicing things up there.
It was on the last incident. I'm not sure we can blame them for everything, that's for sure. But that last incident, definitely they were the ones coming in at a slightly chaotic angle. Away goes Spain. Portuguese follow on their tail. Argentinians trying to force their way in. It's going to be contact again there.
That green Portuguese boat trying to force its way
Check
through.
for Gorvan and Catalano in the blue boat close to us. Unfazed, untroubled. Denmark again take the lead with Hinger and Koch. There's going to be some flurries now because the group's changed shape. South Africa challenge for that front V with Portugal. There's going to be a coming together, I think. No, South Africans backed out just in time. Away go the big guns. They've moved up to the Spaniards, squeezed the Danes into the V. South Africa on the left of Vergoven and Catalano.
That's Luke Salmon and Bruce Cochran in the South African boat.
Everything in my head is going for thinking Salmon's wishing this was an upstream race. But
or it had some leaping in it.
But I'm going to avoid those sort of cheesy puns.
Bruno's a strong youngster. He's actually an under 16 still.
Around the bottom turn. Spain from Argentina from Spain. So Spain white, Spain blue, Argentina dark blue. It's going to stretch out at the back round this turn. You can see the second Argentinian crew there really suffering at the back, as are the French. Italians back with them also. And a concerted effort now could thin this group down. Spain pressing on.
Solid pace from the Spaniards at the front.
The white boat.
Oh, and some...
Closest, another swimmer. We've got another one. There might not be anyone left at the end of this. That's Argentina have gone in.
That's a disaster for
France
Argentina.
Struggling to get round them and round the buoy at the same time.
Bruno and Pizarro caught in the traffic jam at the buoy.
I don't think I've seen one like this before.
This is incredible. Now they're going to have to try and swim it across the traffic to get it to the side, but their race is run. They're done.
The Italians are coming in at the pontoon here as well.
Love to see the replay of this.
Italians are getting out on the pontoon. Maybe they're going to empty their boat out. I've no idea what's going on there.
It's a circus.
It's a crime scene, Dave. There's bodies everywhere. There's going to be chalk lines everywhere after this.
Well,
absolute nightmare.
I know we said...
So 4 away. Big guns in there.
And a pretty urgent chasing 4 as well, so I suspect they might...
So Denmark done extremely well.
Last man
Spoke
standing.
to their coaches before. I don't think this was expected. Hinger and Koch there. Vergoven looking over his shoulder. Someone like Vergoven, they won't care who catches up. That's not their problem. They'll manage it either way.
No, the back 4 have bridged.
So we're looking at Argentina, Denmark, Spain and Spain are the next two. We have a replay
Let's go back to that buoy.
Of our most recent incident. So you see the white boat coming across at a wrong angle, tips in, well, nearly tips in the Italians. That's why the Italians had to empty, because they've gone under that boat. And it's just the angles these kids are approaching their washes. I mean, it's kind of amateur.
4 of the boats didn't even change course to go around that buoy. There was a panic amongst the group thinking they had to go right of the buoy. That caused the sharp deviation to the right.
It's a crazy day out there.
Whew. No place for the faint-hearted. Back to the sea race. Thank God that's less dramatic.
Considerably less dramatic.
Campos and Romero sitting alongside their compatriots Busto and Miguel.
In front of us, the Argentinians back in their boat and on the chase.
Yeah. Formality for them, I'm afraid. They just want to get themselves onto the finish sheet. Could win it, actually, the way things are going on at the front, if they're the last one standing.
It's a war of attrition in the junior boys K2.
Jenga.
Crazy times.
Spain, Poland at the front of the senior men's C2.
Tarnowski brothers on their own in 4th place at the moment, with Zidai and Zilani of Hungary. But these are the big guns, always up the front. It's the first 3 from the European Championships, and now they're going to be the first 3 at the World Championships. And this race will just gradually unfold over the next hour and a half. While they're going down to the turn, Will Short and James Ross from Great Britain. The early swimmers are just passing the front of the stands. I know they brought their fan club. Mum, Dad and both grandparents are in the top of the stand there, and I'm sure they're shouting them on, waving the flag for those boys. And hats off to them for getting back in and doing it.
Yeah.
That's as good as it gets.
Standard was set by the Australian women who swam early on, and despite the fact that their race was totally and utterly gone, jumped back in and finished the race, and it really earned some serious kudos from the crowd here, and I think that's set the minimum standard.
Things looking a little bit spicier in the C2 as they approach their first turn at the stand end of the lake.
Got to say, that crew of Zakora and Borgil in the colours of Poland is looking very settled and very ominous.
They were European champions. The Spanish couldn't match them earlier this year.
Hey.
And they both pulled out of the C1 yesterday in preparation for this. They did the first few laps, then came in.
Getting the nose of their boat very close to the paddles of the Spanish boat in front of them.
When you go around the turn like that, you've got the two choices. You're either wide enough to miss the paddle or narrow enough to miss the paddle. Hitting someone's paddle is generally frowned upon.
You are cutting it really close or trying to overtake, because if you're coming up on the inside, in this case, you're catching the front paddle.
Oh, this is going to be tight.
He's going to have to come into that buoy and tuck
He
in
made
behind them to do it. Little nudge on the tail as he does that.
Everyone round safely. That's the final buoy of the turn, but you have to pass to the right of that one as well. Ooh. We've had a couple of time penalties earlier this week for going through the finish line on the way up the course. You do have to pass to the right of that white buoy at the finish line. All three of the C2s did.
I'm just busy puzzling. The chaos in the junior boys K2 to go right of that buoy, which the first four boats ignored. That was the bottom turn. I'm trying to work out which buoy caused that panic.
I think even the replay happened too fast for me. There was so much going on in that picture.
They all went around the turn cans.
It's the angle at which some of the boys are going across to find the washes that they want. It's just unfeasibly steep, and you can't miss a boat like that.
That's a real... And the boat you saw heading to the jetty to empty, that was an Italian boat, wasn't it?
They hit the side of the Argentinians who swam, and their nose was pushed under the Argentinian boat. They filled up with water at that point, so they had to empty out.
I didn't
and
see
that's
them
quite
get
clear
going
thinking.
again.
It's quite clear thinking of the Italians to actually come in and solve that problem straight away. And we saw their coaches running out onto the jetty to... I don't know if you're allowed to help them even. I guess you can offer them advice. But, yeah, it's mad up there. But Denmark, certainly, they're in the running up there, and I don't think that their team management were expecting that at this stage of the race. So we've got the excitement of the first portage for those junior boys in a minute, and that's going to be quite something. We've got one of the big, heavy-hitting officials heading our way. So we've either said something wrong, or we're going to get some information here.
Maybe about that buoy.
Yep.
Yes.
487 Denmark, 478 Argentina, and the two Spanish boats, 475 and 480. It's going to be fun doing them all at the same time.
So here's the rub. From that incident down at the turn, 4 boats missed one of the marker buoys on the course, and those 4 boats are Spain 475, Argentina 478, Spain 480, and Denmark 487. All 4 of those boats at this next portage, which isn't so far away now, will have to come into the penalty box and sit out a 15-second penalty, and the chaos just gets better and better. And they're 3 of the main contenders for medals in that 4. There's the Danes on screen now, Hinger and Koch. They've got a 15-seconder, but so have the other 3 boats. And this is just going to get better and better.
It's like watching ping pong balls in a washing machine. It's such fun. We knew it was coming.
The Hungarians are the big beneficiaries from this. So they're the boats of class that haven't got a penalty, and Hungary must be licking their lips at the prospect of this. Their guys get a 15-second head start, and the whole race, the nature of this race has just been changed significantly.
It's a tough one for the ITOs. They're going to have to pull 4 boats out of probably 10 charging up that portage.
Yeah, they've all got to go to the right into the drinks lane.
It's easy when you've got one and you can hold up one number board and pull one crew over. But this, okay, we've got a great set of
You've
cameras
got
up at the portage.
the 3 favourites for medals all being pulled over.
Argentina upping the ante, settling. Who's that coming around on the right-hand side in the red boat?
Red boat is Ireland.
It is. Well,
So
as we said, the door is going to open for one of these.
France and I think France and is it South Africa having a bit of a coming together there, just to keep the spice levels up. Big Argentinian boat, smoothly and straight across to the V. That must have opened up. It would have been great to have an aerial shot of that, because that was a strong move from the Argentinians. So they took advantage of the clash between the South Africans and the French. A gap opened up and they were in it like a rat up a drain pipe.
So on that leaderboard, 4 of the top 5 as they stand there are going to be heading into the naughty chair. It's going to have to be a naughty pew, I think.
It's going to have to have a naughty area for this one. We've got 8 testosterone-filled juniors. Again, they're going to have to hold them down.
Separate them.
Yeah. So Spain, they're in. Both the Spanish crews are in. Ireland sitting well there on the outside of the group. Will be really interesting to see if the Hungarians will organise themselves for a full-on escape plan here when they come in. Hinger and Koch, I think, are going to be the ones who suffer.
And that's Hungary going, I think.
France into the back. South Africa coming in at speed again at the back and again having to brace.
It's like a
Ireland having a pop on the outside now, trying to take on the blue boat. Nicely done.
and
Blue
leaving.
boat nicely dropped back. That's how it should be done. But there's still overlap on the tail of the Spaniards. There's overlap now with the South Africans. And here we go again with the South Africans.
Everybody trying to scoot into the gap created by the boats charging forward.
You just have to know when that gap isn't yours. And these kids don't seem to know that at the moment. Denmark coming round the outside of Ireland. Again, there's contact. Do it or don't do it. Ireland have to drop back at this point.
Or do it.
Now they drop back.
Do it and do it accurately. And that's what experience does.
So Spain to the side of Hungary. Around the outside, we're looking at Sweden.
RTOs must be puzzling a plan here. because
Portugal in the green
pulling
boat still.
Pulling 4 K2s out of 10 charging up without
Yeah.
causing congestion with anybody being
Be
compromised.
worth watching, that's for sure. Spain, blue boat, Spain and South Africa. Sweden on the outside and the other blue boat from South Africa.
It's the youngsters in the front bench. They're doing so well. The under 15s, Shrimpton and Smith. Pete Cole
It's
will
just
be
going to kick
pumped.
off. Hungarians are going to go. Portuguese try and hold them off and do. At least temporarily.
They've got 200 meters to go to the bottom turn can now, so intention is to try and thin this
That
out.
white boat on the outside of the green boat is just wants to come through. Again, the green boat go.
We've got,
Spain in the blue just tapping the back of the Hungarians again.
you know what's
in come
happening,
the
Ivan?
Hungarians.
We got Portage red mist here, so I'm holding my head as we come around to these turn cans.
It's going to be so interesting.
So Hungary at the front, Spain, Portugal. They'll have the first bite at the cherry going around the turn cans.
South Africans just at the back of that group now. They're going to struggle through this, but none of these boys know that there's these penalties.
There's some nudging of the tail of the Hungarian boat. They've kept their composure. Well done.
There's going to be more. Vergorven
Oh, and
goes
that blue
right
boat's
in
going
the
out
blue
wide.
boat.
He's taken 3 with him.
They're so strong when they move straight through those gaps.
The Argentinians go wide, open the door for the Spanish to get through.
It's fortunate for the... Oh, they're all coming left.
They're all... Oh, my word. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 left.
Oh, you've got a dead leg in that lead
Oh,
boat. The
he's
Hungarian's got a dead leg. It's the most awful feeling in the world. He can't even move. He doesn't... that leg has no feeling in
And
it
he
at all.
has to carry that boat.
And he cannot run. He cannot run. That is... The Portuguese have dropped their paddle in the water. They're fishing for that. The Argentinians done super well. They knew that. Whoa, he's down, but the boat's down. The clock can start. Spanish are going to back up into that penalty box. They've got to take that boat back, I think.
South Africa come through.
South Africans. All 4 are in the penalty box now, and the time is ticking, but nobody's taken advantage of it at this stage. Oh, no, no, no. South Africans are in the water. Portuguese have got their paddle. I can't believe they're going to be first away after dropping their paddle. No, it's the South African crew first away. Oh, this is...
Bruno Cochrane and Luke Salmon go to the front.
All the other big guns are back in the water. The Spanish have put their boat on the rudder. Round the outside come the Hungarians. Portugal away. Vergorven, 15-second penalty, is on the front wave.
That was well managed. They flew in and flew out. There was absolutely not a second wasted in that.
Look at that Argentinian crew. They are just the best in this race. There is absolutely no doubt. 15-second penalty, come out of the Portage third and are now on the front wave of the South Africans. And they might actually be going. I don't think he's motivated to go. He doesn't care who's with him. They're going to win this anyway.
Right now, the nerves just need to settle.
Oh, that was fantastic. That poor Hungarian, I mean, there isn't a worse feeling than that. You get out of the boat and your leg literally doesn't work and it flaps about like a rubber leg and you've got no feeling in the foot. You don't even know whether your foot's on the floor or not.
That's horrible.
And it looks so bad. It looks so uncomfortable.
We're going to replay that whole Portage because it's
we have
so
to.
spicy. But this, Debola Manzi will be taking screen grabs of this. They coached by Attila Adrovic. Bruno Cochrane, who's still an under-16, leading the junior world.
They're making a mistake stopping because those Argentinians don't care who catches up. They're just going to go slow.
Batista
Portugal
and Bento
back in the game. They lost their paddle at the Portage. I couldn't see which of the athletes it was, but they were fishing around in the water for their paddle.
There's the second Argentinian boat.
They swam, remember,
Just going through the motions.
back with Japan.
Biting his lip. It's tough.
Not the day they were hoping for at all. I've never seen a race like this.
As I said, it's like playing Jenga when you've got one muppet with no sense of responsibility at the bottom.
So here's the Portage. The
There we
Hungarians
go.
get out. Look at the guy in the back.
Kiss.
He's got absolutely no control over his right leg there.
It's comic.
It's not, I don't know, comic's the wrong word, Dave. It's awful.
It's desperate.
You have no idea what that feels like unless you've been there, and I have been there, and it's absolutely hideous. So we're going to get a group of 7 back together. Spaniards look like they're in there now.
The worst thing in a K2 race like this is you've dropped your partner. You have to be at the back to pick up the boat. There's no way he can drag it on his own
No.
and wait for you to try and recover and get some feeling back into that leg.
So we'll get a check on who's who. We got Green, Portugal, Argentina, France, South Africa, South Africa. They've done well to get 2 boats into that. Spain, Hungary, and Spain. The Spanish will catch up again with the Danes, it looks like, on their side. Ross and Short coming around the bottom turn. They're doing well. They're not as far behind as they were. They've got Japan in sights now, and that'll give them at least a target to catch over the next couple of laps. Union flags waving. Oh, out of the Portage they come, out tidily, up and running. Cheer from the crowd would be good for these guys as they come through. running well over the Portage. Well drilled on the Portage. You can't help when you see them doing that well to wonder what could have been, but for that early incident. So here we go. Portugal, France, South Africa, Argentina, South Africa 2, Spain 2, Hungary and Denmark all back in that front group. So we're going to have another big Portage again. So this race, a proper crowd pleaser. We'll head off to the C2s and pretty much as we left them. In fact, exactly as we left them. And that might not be the first time we say that, or the last time rather we say that today.
Interesting that there's been no desire to rotate the pull on this bunch. The poles have been quite happy to sit just where they are there.
I think the Spanish, yeah, I don't know. I've never raced C2, and actually I've no intention of ever racing C2. But in the K1s at least, the second wave out is not as effective as the first wave out. So the Spaniards have basically put the Polish second wave out, and they'll keep them there because it's the hardest wave, assuming it's the same deal as the K1s, which I might just be talking out of turn, but that's never stopped us before, Dave, to be fair.
Oh, someone will come leaping in with
if we don't know it, we'll make it up. Poland,
well,
having said that, Poland
they're going around the outside.
Around the back. And I'll be really interested to see now if the Spanish change the lead to put them on the second wave
again. The Spaniards are now altering course, I suspect, to try and go right.
We're portaging, aren't we?
We are portaging. So one Spanish boat, Busto, heading left. Both Spanish boats are heading left. The poles are going right. The pole just missed the first grab at their cockpit.
Emptying
up
out.
onto the shoulders to empty out.
Quite an efficient empty out from Poland. And through they go. Borgil and Zukora. Campos Romero. Probably the favoured of the two Spaniards. That's the second crew there. With Busto and Migon first into the water.
It's a good effort from the pole seconding crew there, because it's quite a challenge to get two juice bottles onto the necks of two speeding athletes as they come through quite a limited seconding zone.
So I'd be interested to see here whether the Spanish just put, well, the poles are going up the left-hand side anyway. They obviously like wash hanging on that side. So our lack of knowledge about C2 racing has shone through there, Dave. It's absolutely shone through. We've highlighted our own inadequacies superbly. As we move on, we see the two guys from Moldova there. It looks like they spend a lot of time in the EcoSport gym.
They do. I think they get their money's worth out of the gym.
Yeah. That's a membership well spent there.
I'm sure somebody will come charging through the door with an axe or some sort of Viking weapon if we get it desperately wrong. We do still have an axe unaccounted for, Lawler, which is
back to the K2s. Here we go.
Stress.
Game on. 6 boats. South Africans in the blue boat. They're just racing the Portuguese. It's going to be, Portuguese won that one. There was a V-Wash Open and South Africa just got beaten to it by the Portuguese. We've got the big officials coming back. There could be more. Okay, so we're being fed technical information from the big cheeses, and there was a query as to some of those boats missed 2 buoys, others only missed 1 buoy. And the question is, why didn't the ones who missed 2 buoys get a double punishment? And the rule doesn't read like that. The rule doesn't relate to the number of buoys, it just relates to shortening the course. And if the official believes that the boats have gained an advantage by shortening the course, it's only 1 penalty, which is a 15-second penalty. If it was a major shortening of the course, then it would be the next level of punishment is a disqualification. So they use their discretion to say that the course wasn't shortened significantly, and it's just 1 15-second penalty.
It's all happening. And while we've been chatting, The second of the boats that was lagging off the back is just about to reconnect, coming up on the left-hand side, which brings it up to 10 again, I think. France sitting at the front.
France, Spain, Hungary to the right of his shot. Portugal in the green boat. South Africa in the blue boats. Just coming on to the back of the group. Could be Denmark. They should. It's going to be easier behind the blue boat of South Africa. Once they get their breath back, it is Denmark on the outside of the group there, just to tuck in behind the blue boat.
Maël Fleury, Marius Tuti, the two athletes in the front boat in the French colours.
Spanish, just look over the shoulder there. Oh, Danes are looking a bit ragged on the outside there.
Yeah.
Blue boat of Argentina. Having a little discussion between the two of them. Little look over his shoulder. Have something to eat, mate.
Yeah, that's it. Vergaven and Catalonia. If they just manage their race from here, they are in a great position.
The Danes just can't get contact. They need to get to the right of that green boat on the tail of the blue boat. It's a long way to there. Currently, they're rolling down the big waves on the outside of the group. That will serve them well until they come to the turn
Just can't
before the
get there.
portage.
It's like a cat trying to get out of a wet bath, just going nowhere fast.
So France lead, and everything calms down at least temporarily.
The Danes.
That's a close-up of the Danes, sticking manfully to the task.
Cock and Hinger, the local crowd would love to see them be right in the
They
mix
are
when they
doing.
get to the
They've
next
picked
portage.
that nice big wave out to the left, and they're doing a good job of staying with it. French K2s, I think we're going to see French K2s figure highly in the senior men later on today. It seems that they've got their K2 well drilled. Spain on the outside in the blue boat. Portugal in the green boat. South Africa also blue. And the Danes in the white boat there, just rolling down the waves wide of the group, which will be great until a minute or so's time when they go around the turn, and they'll just be strung out just that little bit. Hungary closest to us in the main group. So we have another portage in prospect in just 2 minutes' time. This time, no penalties as far as we know in commentary.
And I'm going to keep banging their drum, but that South African K2 of Jared Shrimpton and Riley Smith in boat 471. Under 15s, with what's been going on here, I mean, they really are doing so well to sit on that front boat.
Very impressive. I mean, once these groups settle, the waves are pretty big. And if you manage it well, you're okay. At the back of the group, you don't get caught for the change of speed so much as the boats at the front. So it's a little bit softer ride at the back. You just have to keep your wits about you because it also is a little bit crowded back there. So they're in the right place, doing the right thing. Danes coming in for that tail behind the blue boat. It's just as on the approach to the portage. They've ridden that wide wave for as long as they dare, and now they know that they just have to make contact, and they've got it.
Neatly done.
They want to go behind the blue one there.
Yeah, they see buoy issues on the turn.
Are they going to make it? Not quite going to make it over the bump there.
They're going right around the outside.
That's hard going around that side.
I think they've got plans to take out on the right-hand side of the
now
portage.
they're coming to the inside of the portage.
Into the turn.
They could pick off one or two here and get back in contact with the group. So France lead,
Spain
on
touching
their
France
inside.
hard.
A little bit of pressure on the South Africans who were in the V. They're going to have to drop back. Denmark getting spit out at the back of the group there. For Gorvan.
And a glare from the Argentinians.
He is proper pissed with whoever touched his tail there. And that was a, could you not do that again, please, kind of look.
Pardonnez-moi.
He's trying to come to the left of the landing, so he's trying to duck round the back. Here he goes. left of the landing stage with the French. To the right goes Spain. To the left,
France are
goes
leaving the
Spain.
boat. Slow for France. Argentina also
Argentina a little bit
tatty.
shabby. Green boat of Portugal very slow out the water as well. And the Danes back with them. But it's France through.
Argentina,
Spain trotting through the Portage. There is literally no stress at all in that Argentinian boat. Spain, that's the white boat followed by the blue boat. On the inside of Spain is South Africa.
They've
The
refueled.
second blue boat, South Africa. Portuguese have run well to get back in contact, but away go the Blues. France with them. Chaos back at the Portage still. There's boats on the sand. The South Africans are stuck in the sand.
Super slow. Riley Smith and Jared Shrimpton.
Hungarians back there, though. Could be a lift to the front. So the Hungarians are going to do the work. Danes have done too much work to claw back from there. So those two relying heavily on that white boat of Hungary.
Yeah.
That's the one in the centre of the three at the back. And it's a long pull back. Portugal did well from where they were on the exit to come out of this fifth.
Hungarian Uber
Gorvan
being
and
shared by those
Catalano.
two.
Another couple have been abandoned, presumably not by their parents. But that was the Italian crew that had to empty out at the landing stage. They were super unlucky to be caught in the incident with the second
Swedes
Argentinian
leading
boat.
the second bunch from Ireland.
Sweden, Ireland. I really don't think the juniors need rousing music on the Portage to add an extra level.
Especially the Rolling Stones.
I think they're fine with their motivational levels without the rousing music. But the rousing music does it for the crowd. And we've got a good crowd here this morning.
In fact, the way this race has played out, some calming classical music
Yeah, I think
might
we
be
need
the
maybe
order.
a bit of easy jazz.
Little bit of Brahms or
Yeah.
something that might just settle the nerves a bit.
I think some of these are Brahms and Liszt by the way they're driving. Australia running through, and the Argentinians we spoke about just a minute ago going through the drinks lane at the back of your picture.
They're joining the dots.
They put a handle in front of the front cockpit, and the front person carries that. Oh,
And they're in the drink.
The classic roll over to the outside of the boat, getting in too quickly.
It's looking like some
They've
sort
got
of
to
folk
take their
dance.
time. Take their time emptying, make sure all that water's out,
Get it right second time, lads.
and in they go.
Deep breath. Compose yourselves.
They've
They're
got
gone.
some good company there. That's Uruguay with them there. Uruguay, Argentina, and Australia. Like we said earlier, that Uruguayan boat was here earlier in the week on the tip camp. And the Hungarians have brought the Danes back, but the South Africans maybe just off the back there in the blue boat.
There's every possibility for them to scramble back before they get to that top turn, Ken.
I'm not holding out as much hope as you, Dave. I'm sorry.
There's fight in that dog, and that's what's needed right now.
They're just clinging on. They've got away from the Danes, and we're going to move over to the C2s. And guess what?
Da-da-da-da. The poles have moved up.
A change of order. No one was expecting
the
that.
poles are going. We've timed this perfectly. Just in time to see the poles, Bojil and Zukora, go to the front. We were just puzzling about how they'd been sitting on the third wave. So the Spaniards flanking either side of them at the moment. These guys are roughly at the halfway point in their race.
Spain, Poland, Spain. The Moldovans haven't given up that chase, you know. I think they're closer than they were on the last lap. And then the Hungarians further back, 150 metres or so behind. The Moldovans still in with a shout. The Tarnovskis,
75 metres back.
there they are in shot. Going halfway between the bobble hat and the bandana. It's a strong statement. This is their view. They're looking up at those three. And just trying to see where they are on the course. They've still got quite a long way to go to the Portage. And those Tarnovshis are closing on them all the time.
You were teasing the old days of sea racing when it was Speedos as mandatory kit.
The fashion changes in sport all the time. And yeah, back in the 80s,
Sometimes it's
early
up to the
90s.
federations take the lead. I mean, federations for beach volleyball, for example, set maximum specs for kit to try and make it as appealing to spectators and TV. Maybe
I think that's probably a subject we need to stay away from, Dave.
it would certainly...
Let's stick with the canoeing, shall we? Because I don't want to get into a discussion about the kit in beach volleyball, and I think it's probably wisest you don't either.
You started the Speedos.
Speedos was a fashion statement in canoeing. It was a historical comment. You're going off track horribly. You're leading us.
Okay. Well, we'll try and avoid violence.
Yeah.
Having spent 2 days.
Dear. Ooh,
2
that's a
days.
nasty shot there.
Yeah,
Can you believe they put those two clowns on screen?
And there's a spelling mistake there. Look at that. I mean, that bit there.
It's gone now.
Yeah, it has gone. Yeah.
So that was us, briefly. Fortunately,
It must be said, without any cultural or Viking weapon.
it is weapon free in here today, which is quite relaxing for me, to be fair.
No, my armourer is on duty, and we'll get an upgrade on the battle axe.
So coming in, about a minute less to their second Portage is the C2s. This time it's Poland in the lead with Spain flanking them. Romero Campos to their left and Busto and Miguel to their right.
I must just tell you, Ivan, since I brought the battle axe out yesterday,
I think
I got cornered on social media by a bunch of people not praising me for what I was doing, but leaping to your defense, which I thought I wasn't going to tell you, but I have. They said, please don't hurt Ivan, we like him.
There's always someone out there who support you.
It's your mum under 20 disguises, I think.
Poland left. Is it? No, they're going right. Poland right.
Ooh.
Romero and
Spaniards.
Campos left, and the other Spaniards behind the poles. Quick grab of the boat.
Poles good. Spain good.
Spain 2 a little bit slower. They're out now though. And the run through the Portage, number 2.
For the Poles, it's a not negotiable empty of the boat as they step onto the jetty.
We could be down to 2 here.
Second Spanish boat goes into the
You know who
drinks
this
lane.
benefits if it goes down to 2 is the
The
Moldovans.
Moldovans, yeah. There could be a dice for bronze.
So those 2 are away.
It's
Spain
not that
2.
big a gap.
You don't see closing up much in these races.
Let's have a look at the red shirts.
There's your 2 leaders. And where are the red shirts of Moldova?
Looking at the flags in the background, Ivan, the wind became an issue yesterday, and it does tend to pick up here over Lake
And
Yels.
this is only session 1, and it's already stronger
Yep.
than it has been on session 1. So
We've
it could
got-
be windy this afternoon. Away go the Moldovans, and they can see one Spanish crew ahead of them, off the pace now. Hungary coming through.
Oh, taking all the...
That's almost embarrassing.
My word, that's
What
like...
can you have a sandwich,
You see the menu?
Kit Kat.
Yeah. Massage. Give the missus a quick call. Carry on.
For canoe stronghold like Hungary, a portage like that is low grade. Sorry, guys, but it is.
It's hard to process, yeah. And somewhere in Hungary will be a crew that just lost out in the selection race thinking, oh, we wouldn't have done that if we'd got that shot. But that'll just spice up the
Yeah.
domestic scene the next time they meet on the water.
So they're currently in 5th position. So there you have it. The Moldovans gained 20 seconds on that lap over the lead group of Poland, Spain and Spain. Another 20 seconds would... Oh, they've actually put their paddles down in the distance, the Moldovans now. We can see that from here. You can't see it. Oh, they're back up and running now. I don't know what was happening up there.
It might have been drinks, because I think they came in and got drinks on that last portage, so they might be adjusting
But
drinking
Spain
system.
look like they're still trying to reconnect with the front two.
Or scamper away from the Moldovans.
Coming back
Back
to
to
the
the junior
boys'
K2s.
Still a massive, massive group. Spain leading, I think.
Argentina.
Argentina tucked in the V. Vergoven. Oh no, it's France leading. Sorry, my apologies.
Spain just to their left.
South Africa
Argentina
to their right.
on the diamond. South Africa to their right.
Hungarians in the white shirts, back of shot. France have done a fair share of the leading, especially on that first lap. Spain 2 in the blue boat on the outside. Then it's the Danes still in the game and the second South Africans.
And our under
back
15
of the
crew of
group.
Jared Shrimpton and Riley Smith hanging in.
Coming out to the left-hand side of the group as we see it.
They were a bundle of nerves this morning, but they've really made the most of this opportunity.
They're making hard work of it at the moment.
They've painted themselves into a bit of a corner coming out on the right there.
That's the second of the Hungarian crews there, Volek and Kiss. Kolek rather and Kiss. They're off the pace. That was that painful portage. Bit of pressure from the
Spain coming up
Spaniards.
hard, both Spanish boats.
Trying to take on their teammates. What they're trying to do here is actually push their teammates ahead of the French. French are challenged on the right side by the South Africans. South Africans squeeze in and look at Vergoven trying to hold that V. It's not his to hold and there's contact. Moves back. Took a chance there, Vergoven. Didn't need to do that. Just fancied having a pop at it. And off the back, the South Africans suffer there. Vergoven will come all the way around the left side, I think, now. Just to get back into a more... Here we go. All the way around the left and onto the front of the Spaniards. And that's a proper display of power.
Done with ease.
That's a message to whoever cut him off. Yeah, you don't want to be in that race against those two boys. They're just better than the rest. Hungarians drop round the back to come up behind Vergoven. South Africans, how much longer they got, Dave? Hungarians are coming all the way around the outside. They're going to do, or try and do, what the Argentinians just did. But I don't think they're going to make it hold because you've got to rely on the Argentinians dropping back, and they're not going to do it. Look, Hungarians come up a little bit. Vergoven speeds up and moves out to the left. That's standard move.
They need to tuck in behind that Spanish boat. They just...
Oh, the Danes there
hanging
off the
and
back.
chilling.
That's a tough route for them.
Settling at last.
Hungarians try again. It's just a crazy move because they're not going to beat the Argentinians. Like, once you've lost that battle twice already, you don't have a third pop at it.
You just, it's a
hand.
He's got a handoff every time. So.
Yeah. Round the turn they go. Into the next portage.
Strap yourselves down. Here we go.
Vergoven this time makes a serious move. Danes are the ones suffering at the back. Hungarians come through nicely on the left-hand side in the space that was opened up.
South Africa nicely positioned.
Yes, they
They're
are.
going right.
Very well positioned.
If they can get out and get going quickly.
Spain come left. Portugal go right in the green boat. South Africa first to rise.
Neatly out and onto the jetty.
Spain having a bit of a hash of it at the back. They've lost some ground. This boat empty and going out. We're not going to... Vergoven comes through the drinks lane. Drink over the top of the head. One and a bottle change. One and a bottle change by a
Good
supporter
job.
is that's
Good
a solid job.
Spain, South Africa.
Straight in. France, your young South Africans, Dave, their days at the front group may be numbered because there's not a strong boat back there this time to pull them through. Spain lead from South Africa. Hungary just going around the back of the South Africans into the V. And we've got a nice lead group now.
I fancy they'll get back there. From the same paddling school as the junior girls that got the medal for South Africa.
Denmark taking the Portuguese out to the side there, hoping to run down the big waves again. They've run that plan once. It worked for them last time. This time, it's a bigger ask. What they need to hope for is that the Argentinians get pushed to the front because they'll slow this group right down. So Spain, Argentina, Denmark just moving out to the left side. South Africans look very comfortable there, liking them. Here we come, Sweden, Hungary too. His legs seem to be working now, and the Italians. More information coming in. Oh no, it's just the official.
You were silent, weren't you? Yesterday it was working fine.
Yeah. So apologies if you lost us on the live stream for a bit. That was a technical issue here at HQ.
Pace is slowed down and they are bolting themselves on at the back. 4 has become 6 and other 2 sniff an opportunity to get back onto the front bunch.
Ireland, Argentina and Belgium running through the Portage.
Not sure if he was bobbing his head to the music, which is a feature of the porching zone, or
I
whether he's
also
just
was picking up on that.
just
He was just having a fun little run.
Just a little-
jaunty head roll there. Ireland with Argentina. Ireland were up there for so long. Did a good job. So the one remaining Italian crew. This is the Uruguayans.
nice work by the South Americans.
I think they've, I was training with them earlier in the week. I say training with them in the loosest possible sense,
Paddling
obviously, because
alongside
they're
them.
quite a lot better than I am. But their quality on the water is much higher than where they are now. So I think they've had race management issues, maybe not having enough time
Experience.
in fields like this,
Yeah.
and they're back further than they deserve to be, frankly. So nice group shot there. Denmark to the left of shot. In the green boat is Portugal. Leading is Spain, Argentina to their left, South Africa to their right, Hungary in the V-wash at the front there. And we're going to head back to,
Clock back to the
you
C2
guessed
race.
it, it's the C2s.
Poland, Spain, Spain. Campos and Romero in the red C2, sitting in the center of your screen.
I feel a mini egg coming on.
Oh, okay, here we go. To the world that hasn't had breakfast yet, you're going to have to listen to Lola crunching a mini egg. 499 is the Spanish boat of Fernando Busto and Diego Miguel.
See the graphic at the bottom there. The Moldovans don't seem to have made any inroad. The Spaniards did catch up, and that will have deflated the Moldovans a little bit.
160
159
meters.
Well, you're rounding it up there, Dave. I mean, give them some credit. 50 seconds, the distance, and it wasn't 50 seconds last time. So they've lost ground and are currently being hunted down by the Hungarians, but that is a long gap between all these groups. So no changes really are going to happen in this race. This is going to be down to the final portage.
Long, lonely day for the Moldovans. Not for want of application. They've been good. They've been strong. As they come up towards one of the many vessels that are carrying our ITOs. Good point about our ITOs and the volunteers that are making things happen here. The Danish Canoe Federation has really done an exceptional job in rolling out the infrastructure here, but you can put in all the picket fences and buoys that you want. If you don't have people on the ground, it's not going to work. And what has been remarkable is to see Danes from all over the country put their hands up to work as volunteers and officials here. We've been heaping the praise on the town of Yels for their hospitality and the volunteers that have been working here. But the officials that are wearing the mythically colored shirts, the hierarchy of shirts, and the volunteers that have been working on the course have driven here and traveled here from their homes in every corner, including right up in the north, to be part of this, to make sure that this is, one, run properly, and two, something that Denmark can be proud of. So a virtual high five and pat on the back to all the Danish officials that have sacrificed this entire week to make sure that this event is good. Tuck.
Nicely done, Dave. Credit where credit's due. All these events run off volunteers. Without volunteers, events don't happen. And that pretty much filters down through the whole sport into the clubs and the federations and everything. So
I've always felt, and we're heading into an interesting discussion here, that the backbone of the sport is not the National Federation or the executives that sit in offices and boardrooms and take sweeping decisions. It's the clubs. And you can drill that down a step further, and it's the families that make up those clubs. Without that, the sport would collapse like a deck of cards. And it's interesting to see how many athletes, when they're walking around the village, are prouder to walk around in their club jackets
That's
and
very
beanies
true.
and caps as much as they are in their national colours.
in fact, I'm sitting here today in my club shirt, Dave.
Yeah, let's cut to that camera, and you'll see Lawler explaining what the colours of Elmbridge are. So is there an Elmbridge merch store that anybody can go
Not
get
here,
there?
not here, but I'm sure you can get stuff online if you look hard enough, and it's all out there. C2s coming in for their third portage. We saw the Spaniards in the white boat suffer on the last one. They lost about 5-6 lengths, but no break was made, and they back in.
And we've said this over and over again, at this level, the mechanics and the drill of getting out and putting in for a portage should be second nature. You should have done it so many times that you can do it in your sleep. And you watch how military and how disciplined the Poles are on their takeout. It is identical every time, apart from the fact that they scarcely make a mistake. Watch the way they do that and the mechanisms. It's been so well drilled. It's hard not to be impressed by it. And it always, and watch them, they might just throw me under the bus here properly. But it normally involves that speedy leap out of the boat, that synchronized flip of the boat over so that you can get any water out before you've even run a step on the portage, and then they're gone. So please don't let me down, boys. Please don't let me down. They're actually going on
One
the left.
out, 2 out.
1, 2, boat. Oh, no, he's taking off his back. But there, the boat's over. He's dropped his drink bag on the jetty, which is acceptable. It is dry land. It's not in the water. As long as your team officials scamper to go and get it.
They're coming through the drinks lane this time. Spaniards not doing that.
You see, they've got 2 long laps to go now, so that's part of the race plan. Refuel with 2 full laps to go.
Interesting. Campos and Romero sped up on that to try and get to the end of the portage, the end of the barrier in the middle of the portage first, and the Poles just outran them, and that might be significant when we come to the final portage.
But it is Borgil and
So
Zakora
you made a point there about the drills being drilled coming in and out of the portage, and that's one thing. It's frankly not that difficult to be drilled coming in and out. And in this group, it's fine, especially for the Moldovans here. They can do their dream portage every time. They're on their own. Move that into the junior boys crew when you've got all that chaos going on around you. And it's not particularly how well drilled you are, it's how well managed you are and how you see what's happening around you and react to what's happening around
the
you.
decisions you take in
Yeah.
the heat of the moment.
You can be drilled as you like, but if you get out in the wrong place at the wrong time or fight the wrong people, then you're in a world of trouble. So it's really hard to train and coach portages for those junior boys because they will never experience this at home. I did see one video from South Africa as Lee McGregor was coaching Portages with some real youngsters. And he had them coming into a pontoon. They had to get out, run along and get in. Might have been a riverbank, but in and out, fairly straightforward. Throughout the whole run, he was literally running alongside them, screaming at them right in their ears, giving them abuse and all sorts, just to add a layer of stress to their portage. And I thought, although it looked like the work of a madman, it was well thought out and probably served quite a good purpose for those kids.
I think back to that K1 race yesterday where one of the K1s in the Portage just spun out sideways and cordoned off the rest of the Portage. And there would have been such a temptation. There was a Spanish paddler coming just behind them. There would have been such a temptation to try and Ed Moses leap over the boat or do something silly to try and stay in the race. But he just kept his head, waited patiently, got the gap, and then moved through. No
Ed
dramas.
Moses is a very age-specific reference.
Easy.
Okay, back to the K2s. So
Yes.
I think your South Africans are in that lonely position off the back now, Dave. Hats off to them.
Oh, we got
They
a South
did good
Africans at
job,
the
but
front.
there you go. France, Argentina, Spain on the outside, Spain in the V, Hungary at the back there, and hats off to those Danes. They have worked hard to stay in this group. Portugal in the green at the back. So the Argentinians happy to let the South Africans do the work. The Argentinians done very little in this race at all. A couple of displays of power.
They won't be too rattled by the fact that they don't have their compatriots on. I mean, they paddled beautifully as a team in the K1 race yesterday, but it's not going to be an issue here.
They're just too good for this field, I think.
So to beat them, you'd need to destructure and stress this.
Yeah, you're not going to do that.
Luke Salmon and Bruno Cochrane. Bruno sitting in the back of that boat's an under 16. Core of his training is for sprints.
There's a little flurry at the front there as we look at Portugal. Here we go again. So Spain seemingly tried to move from the V up inside the Argentinians.
There they go.
There isn't a place for that. Argentina being challenged by the Danes. That won't happen. Here we go. There's your display of power. South Africans get squeezed back. They've got no choice. On to the Spaniards, who are going to try and
Well, the South Africans
with
need
that.
to dibs the diamond. Dibs the diamond.
Hats off to the Argentinians there. They moved out when they didn't need to give the Spanish and the South Africans time to arrange themselves.
Yeah, it's maturity above their years. It's
very
impressive.
much so.
It's really impressive.
Spain now coming around the outside of their teammates. Oh,
Oh, and we got
no.
a swimmer.
That's Hungary. No, it's not. It's the
It's
Danes.
the Danes.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. We'd love
How-
to get a replay of that.
How did that even happen?
Oliver Koch and Anton Hinger. We got caught with our pants down. We didn't see it happening. Let's see if we can hustle a replay.
They've only got a little way to go to the Portage.
Yeah, look
they
at
haven't.
them, they're going.
They haven't lost much time.
They've got in the middle of the lake and they're going. That's a super recovery from the Danes.
So France.
What happened
Here we
here?
go.
Here we
So the
go.
Hungarians are closing in on the Danes here, squeezing them into the Portuguese. Nothing's touched them yet. Whoa! Nothing happened to
Nothing
them.
touched them.
Nothing happened to them. They just fell out.
That's and they fell left. There was no paddle contact. There was
Nothing.
no contact with the green boat.
Nothing at all. That's just bizarre.
It's a complete puzzle.
Well, we've been treated to a bit of everything this morning, haven't we?
Wow. You couldn't have scripted more drama into a race if you'd tried.
And we're down to 7.
Ooh, France at the front.
Portugal always seem to be suffering coming into these portages, but they always come out of them fairly high up the group.
France leading to the left.
Spain to the right. Two Spanish crews.
Argentina going
Going
left.
right.
South Africa going right. It's all looking clean and composed.
Portuguese last to rise.
France good. Spain good. South Africa good.
Hungary having to empty out.
Hungary
They're in a
slow
spot of
as
bother now.
Oh my
The
word.
Hungarians are now in a spot of bother. France running well. Spain running well. Spain 2 through the drinks lane. French in and away.
Started the last full lap for the junior men. Oh,
That's the Danes.
but I mean, these
They've
guys
done
have
well.
done so
They have
well.
done well.
I want the Danes to give these two a huge round of applause as they come through the seconding zone. The finger of fate came down and inexplicably tipped them out. But look at them. They haven't given up for 1 second. Oliver Koch, Anton Hinger.
Kept his glasses on through the whole incident.
That's super impressive.
It should be a 15-second penalty for splashing our camera.
Well, I think we need to appeal for a new volunteer with a tissue whose job it is to come in after every Portage
Okay,
and
so
just
here's
clean the lens.
Portuguese going to make it back. It's Hungarians at the back of that group. There's the Danes. It's well, it's a long way back to that front group from where they are. Unsurprisingly, you don't take a swim and stop to empty your boat without losing a lot of ground. They're applying themselves to the task, though.
They're 110%ing in their comeback, and it's super impressive. Tell me that doesn't look like a Viking warrior. It's just
I think
so-
it's the attempt to shake off the snot bubble that's on his nose there. He's
Okay.
frustrated by it.
Great
lads.
effort from them.
Proper good job.
Great effort.
South Africans back now with the Swedes there. They've been overtaken by the Czechs. They've blown, I think, Dave.
And
They had
Hungary?
a proper good day.
Just looking a little bit ragged, a little bit desperate, over-forcing it. They're not going to get back. Not giving up, we know. They've already demonstrated that to us. Just settle. 7.
So gradually the stress levels reduce at the front. That's your Hungarians.
End of
that
the
looks
road.
like a retirement.
End of the road. K2m emptying that boat.
Right from that first portage when the legs went, there was no real coming back from that.
It hasn't been a good day at the
Usually your
office.
leg goes when the boat has a lean and there's pressure on one of your butt cheeks that's not on the other
I'm
one.
wondering if there
and
isn't a technical that's just finally tipped them over that.
horrible day out.
Pass me an egg, Lolo. It's my turn to crunch. So he unloads 6 eggs.
Commonly known in the egg world as half a dozen, Dave. No, these boys are carrying on.
Oh, well done. That's the spirit. Half a dozen will render me occupationally incompetent, so I'll just take 2.
So Kiss and Kolek move on.
Well done.
After
well
what
done,
looked
lads.
every bit like a retirement, they've decided to press on.
Hungary coming down to the put-in.
Front of the race, Argentina, Spain, Hungary, South Africa, France, Spain and Portugal. Denmark on the bottom of that list, somewhat off the pace now after their swim. We're down to 7. And we'll just drift over to the other race on the course.
We know what the podium's going to look like. Who's going to hold which medal? That's the only question to be solved. This is the second to last long lap for the C2s.
In the junior men's K2, we have one more portage. It's the most significant portage of their day. Well, you say that. What about that first one?
Yeah.
That was significant for a number of people.
That's going to be a
But,
highlights video on social media for years to come, I'm afraid. So the 3 C2s content to just bide their time. Another full lap to go. They will have had plenty of time to assess how their competitors are. And then, of course, the crucial question is, this is going to come down to an end sprint from the final turn. Who's got more matches? Your guess? Before I have to
don't know,
weaponize the discussion.
I'm just going with form that, the Polish maybe. But Romero, Campos rather, hasn't lost a race this weekend. So his confidence is sky high. He's in the red and black boat. The other Spaniards, Busto and Miguel, maybe I'm going to write them off. That'll give them a boost. And
I'm going with the fairy tale to make newspaper headlines around the world as Campos completes a complete
clean
hat-trick.
sweep.
And then the statisticians can go scuttling through the books to see when the last time somebody won every senior C medal they could try. Is he part of the famous Busto family?
No idea. I wouldn't have thought so.
Not in the seaboat.
No.
I mean, that's a splitter from a kayaking family.
I mean, if someone in your family did take up canoe paddling, probably you'd disown them.
They'd have Christmas on their own, yeah.
Yeah.
Beginning to get worried about where that missing axe is.
Spain, and Poland. Actually, we don't know that the axe was ever rehomed last night. We had a random lady come and pick it up from our cabin under the guise of taking it back to where it belonged, only to have 10 minutes later the guy who actually owned the axe come and ask us for
genuine
it.
The genuine Viking, yeah.
So we did flick through the local news this morning to see if there have been any axe murders over the evening period. So far, we're in the clear, Dave.
The axe has got my DNA on it. I'm not going home if there's been a violent incident.
Plus, there's visual evidence of you using it on somebody.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's just it's a setup. The whole thing is a setup.
You've been framed.
Somebody probably held up the sweet stall with my axe.
That's where all these chocolate eggs came from this morning.
It's you.
Saying nothing.
You bastard.
I think that's a bit strong, especially in public, Dave. I'll quickly distance myself from Dave and his amateur comments. It is like a little bit of a care project for me working with Dave.
Getting swiftly back to the sea race. Spain, Poland. Nailing my colours to the mast. It's going to be Romero Campos.
Okay, I'm going to go for Poland then. And I have got 3 chocolate eggs say that it's Poland.
Up yours to a whole packet.
Come on, Spain.
C or 3, raise it to a whole packet. Vamos, Campos. Don't expect much movement here. They've still got another full lap to go before they come down to the turn. They're coming into a portage in about 20 seconds' time. That drone shot you're getting is immediately above the spectator area, and the finish, the poles will be on the inside of the turn. Mind you, last time they swung out wide. So Spain, Poland as they come into the portage on lap 5 of the C2. The pole's still hanging on the inside now.
Just a gentle contact on the inside of that Spanish boat.
It's civilized contact.
Actually helps them both get around the turn.
It's civilized contact.
Now they're moving to the outside. Spain, probably the favoured Spanish boat in the red. Second Spanish boat in the white. Polish go to the right-hand side of the landing stage. 2 Spaniards come left. Great overhead shot of the portage there. Spain up and away.
Beautifully
Spain 2 up and away. Poland up, emptying.
Flicking the boat over.
And away. They've got that routine and it works very well for them.
How their boat slide stays on during that routine beats me. It's remarkable. But it's Spain and Poland some way off the back here as they come through the portage.
There might be some words of encouragement from Campos and Romero to their teammates here. But I don't think the gap's enough to warrant a full-on charge.
Great put in from the poles, from being flagging at the back. They've got themselves right back into contact. Zukora and Borgil, nicely done. They often go out wide. That's exactly what's happening here. Restoration of the status quo. It'll be one more lap like this, and then things will get sporty. It's beautifully cool. Wind hasn't really picked up significantly. It's still a slight westerly.
In
And
come
as
the
we see
Moldovans.
ripping that boat out of the water.
Compared to the weights those guys lift, that boat must feel like a matchstick, I'm
Yeah.
guessing.
Very cool booties they're running in as well.
I think that's an oxymoron, they call that, Dave. Cool booties.
Booties are not cool. Are they?
No,
okay.
no, there's no, in no world is a booty. Well, they are when they knit you some when you're first born. They're quite sweet, aren't they? But once you're a grown man, wearing booties is not a desirable look. I don't think. I mean, it's just an opinion.
Want to sit you down around a table with these two afterwards and discuss booties. I'll watch.
Maybe to their
I'll
face, I
watch.
may have a different opinion. You may be right.
You'll put yourself behind a plexiglass
Yeah.
screen if you have
Yeah.
that discussion.
Actually, on second thoughts, the booty and bandana combo is one of the all-time greats.
I think so. Imagine raising that to booty, bandana, and speedo.
Now you're talking. These guys are looking broken.
Oh, it's empty.
What? Nothing.
There's no-
Literally nothing. That's someone who just thinks, you know what? I just
There
need
is-
to
it's
stand
there
still for a
somewhere.
second. There's
Hold on. There
oh,
is.
you know what?
Where's
It
gone?
could be behind the bulkhead in a boat like this. They're bulkhead front and back, and they could have a boat full of water if one of those bulkheads is leaking. And that's a nightmare because there's just no way out for it.
Well, they're soldiering on.
Judging by the way they're holding it,
It's
it's got to
heavy.
be at the back.
It's
hasn't
heavy
it?
and it's in the back. Which means it'll affect the steering of it as well, making it...
Presumably, I mean, we might be guessing wrong. I mean, it's not sitting low in the water without them in it, is it? But they were insistent on trying to empty something out.
They were.
So they're on their final lap. And we go back to the junior boys K2. No change at the front except the positions of the boats. Vergorven in the blue boat, still tracking the leader. That is now Hungary. So they're very close now to their final portage. They're opposite us in the stands. And you would expect the dark blue boat of Argentina to have a little flurry going into this portage, unless it, well, I mean, they're so confident, maybe they don't even do that. Maybe they'll just do the last little lap.
Just cool heads.
Last
They've shown us
finish.
over and over and again that they've got the turn of speed. There
No,
they go
here's
anyhow.
the flurry. Here's the flurry now. And off they go. They won't, once they get to the front, they'll slow the whole thing down again. They just want to get there first. There's all sorts of trouble at the back of that group. South Africans and Spanish coming together. The Portuguese making a run for the front four. These boys slowed right down. All they wanted to do was be at the front.
Well, they did two things. It also sent a huge message to everybody else. It was a huge slap down to anybody that fancies their chances of
To be fair,
muscling up against them.
if they haven't got that message by now, they've been in a different race to the one we're watching. So these boys will be away and clear. Hungarians going with them. Spaniards trying desperately to regain contact.
This is the last
Portage.
and the group is shrapneling here. This was a good move by the Argentinians. The Hungarians, the only ones able to shadow it. Argentina gone. Great takeout.
They're gonna be on
Hungary
their
struggling
own.
to get the boat. This is good for Argentina. Hungary struggling. Into the Portage they come. Vamos! Vamos! Los Pumas!
It's going to be a fairly straightforward last lap for these guys. I don't think even they can believe how much that gap is, thanks to the Hungarians not being able to get out of their boat.
Great
Away
put
go
in.
Argentina. And there we see what they've actually got as they pull away.
And it's a pedestrian put in. Best sight in the world. Final lap, and there's a chunk of water between you and the challengers.
So who have we got behind them? It's Hungary and Spain. That's the white boat and the blue boat trying to close them down. Danes have done well.
They've done exceptionally well.
Yeah, they have. They're vaguely in contact with the back of that group now.
That's just hot. That's just guts hot. It's not going to be a podium, but they've certainly paddled their way into the hearts of the spectators here who've appreciated the
Done
attitude.
a great job.
And just the application and sheer guts. So, short lap.
And this was really a walk in the park for Vergoven and Catalano today. Absolute dominance in this race. They'll be moving up to under 23s next year, and I'm sure we'll see them in the under 23 K1 making an impact. Hungary with Zeman and Kekesi rather. He was third yesterday, Kekesi, and he looks to be second today. It's hard to see how the Spanish can close them down. It's single file around that turn for the medalists. These guys will come back all the way at this speed, and I think they're going to offer us a little display over the last 100 metres.
And I'm looking forward to it. We've kind of got a podium settled as they take the turn can, which was kind of not what we were predicting from this junior K2 race. But that we have a champion team that is head and shoulders above the rest is beyond dispute. And this will be, I'm with you, Ivan, will be better than just a victory canter into the line, because I suspect they're going to put on a show for us here. I also think they're going to move almost seamlessly into the senior ranks. They've been so mature, so strong. They've got that incredible burst of speed that they can pull out as their big weapon whenever they need it. And there's just been nobody else that's been able to match that.
Aguiar and Castilla, third place. But here's your first place. Having a little chat. Super well drilled. Just trying to see where they are, about 200 metres to go.
They're about
I'd like to see a little flurry.
Less than 200
what sort of
metres
top
out.
end speed they've got.
Jen, throughout the week, we've been heaping praise on how impressive the Argentinian entry has been across all of the events, and as a symbol of how
Hungary in second.
in what good shape Argentinian paddling is in. Ruben,
I don't know why they're looking over their shoulders.
Vincent Vergaven, Joachim Catalano, cruising
Come
down
on,
to
guys.
the line.
Oh, a roar from the back man there.
Let's go, fire the burners. Show me what you got in that sprint. They're claiming it 20 meters out. You can see how much it means to them. It's been a cut above the rest.
It's getting tight for third. Spanish holding off the chased group. We're seeing the Hungarians come across the line now. The Spaniards just holding off the South Africans.
There's a great charge from the South African crew. Cochrane and Salmon, they are going to be brave fourth places. That Spanish crew celebrating as much exhilaration as relief.
Yeah,
20 meters longer, they would have
Absolutely.
been in a sticky
They
spot.
were being hunted. They're 2 seconds ahead of the South Africans.
South
In
African,
turn,
Portugal,
1 second ahead of the
Spain,
Portuguese.
France coming to the line.
Argentinians getting back in their boat after their victory swim.
this
Oh, they're getting back out of it again. Oh no, somebody else is taking a victory swim.
is such a
Oh,
junior.
we're gonna.
This is such a junior thing.
This
Watch.
is like trying to get water on the fire of testosterone that was burning so brightly moments ago, and you have to dampen that down. I'm not sure what the deal is if they drift back over that finish line, but I know it doesn't end well for people.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Generally, Denmark, hats off to them. Great job from the Danes, Hinger and Koch. They had their swim.
Castilla and Aguilar were the ones that jumped out. Their boat's now gone sideways and is drifting down. And if it if it wasn't for the boat in front of them, they would have a sporty challenge to keep that clear of the finish line. The Argentinians are saving their bacon big time. Masked as congratulations, but they don't realize just how much they're helping. Well, there's been...
They're being warned, I think, by the motorboat there.
And I think the RGs are doing their level best too. In fact, they're all, oh my word, they are getting incredibly close to going
I'm not
backwards.
sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what the rules are with that.
Are they trying to get back into the boat?
They are going to drift over the line, though.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying nothing from here on in.
I'm going on the
don't know.
flexibility and tolerance of our ITOs. They are going. They are both over the line now. In fact, they're pushing the buoy. That's normally hang drawing and quartering, isn't it? Pushing the finished buoy.
Don't know what's happening.
488
Here
is
we
the
go.
Swedes.
Back to
Axel
a more
Nordenskjöld.
serene.
Axel Nordenskjöld and Arvid Soderman in the colours of Sweden. Well, you got your money's worth out of this morning's race.
So into
Back
the
to the
C2,
sea racing.
Trying to find them on course.
C2 still on their last full lap, so they've got one portage to come.
Argentina, 2 over the line. They took a swim also.
Great for them finishing. Wasn't a barrel full of monkeys for them at all, but great application.
Finishing with the Germans there.
Lucas Mielmans
The
and
Ita-
Jasper Nienhaus.
The Italians.
Giulio Zugner, Giacomo Oggioni Tiepolo. It's turning into a gala this side of the finish line.
It's, yeah, we've got swimmers all over the place.
Back to the seaboat, and we're so fortunate to have the world's premier seaboat commentator Lawler in the house, so he's going to give you a view
We've
of
got
the
a final
seaboat.
portage. There's about 2.5 minutes to that final portage, and it's going to be very interesting. I think Romero and Campos probably the best drilled. They're leading in the red boat currently. To their left, European champions Zukora and Borgil. 3 boats together as they have been pretty much from the start. And there's an attempt on the outside, a little squeeze on from Spain 2 to push the pace. We got the problem here, we've got a they're just climbing over the waves of the Japanese K2, and that was what that little bit of change of pace was about. K2 really needs to just be
Ireland coming
out of
down
the
to
way.
finish the K2 race. Ben Higgins and Finn Harris. They're going to finish just ahead of the Belgian boat of Frederik Schulze and Wannes Lonker. Japanese K2 determined to max TV time on riding the coattails of the C2s.
So here we go. We've got 30 seconds to this portage and everything to be decided. 3 boats together still. Spain 2 in the white boat. Polish just dropping over the back of Spain 1. They just want to go to the right of the pontoon, I think. Here we go. It's going to be very tight on that right-hand side. Spain 2 will stop early because that's the best way of holding up the poles. A leg over the Polish boat. And
Spain go.
so Romero, Campos on for a clean sweep. Only Poland can stop that, I think. Romero and Campos up and away. Both, well, first and second in the short course, actually, earlier this weekend. So they both got a turn of speed. I think Poland are going to struggle to overhaul. Away
Vamos,
they go.
Diego.
They're going away together. It's only the second Spanish crew's lost a couple of lengths there. I think we're going to bring this down to a race between Poland and Spain now.
K2s with a grandstand seat of what's going on in the C2 race, albeit
You'd be pretty,
right in the traffic
pretty
lane.
hacked off if you were the C2 having to go around those three.
Vamos, Diego. Vamos, Manuel.
So Spain versus Poland. It's going to come down to who's got the best turn of speed at the end, and you have to fancy Campos for that.
Watch that other Spanish boat coming in from the left.
No, they're miles
they're
behind, I
doing the
think,
job.
Dave. I think they're a long way off the pace now.
Every now and then, you're lucky enough to be part of a really special moment in paddling history. I think we're about to witness this in the seaboat racing. As Manuel Campos sizes up a hat-trick that I can't think of being repeated. I'm sure the historians will throw that back at us with a name from yesteryear. But
Can't be too many yesteryears because we've only had the short course for a few years now, Dave.
true.
Just above them in shot, coming back to their finish, was the Great Britain crew of Short and Ross, finishing their course after that swim in the first 100 metres. It's been a long day for them, but they stuck to their task, and they're going to have
Oh, it's close. The poles
at
are on the
least
inside.
the pride
as
of finishing.
They somehow always have been. Just sneaking inside the boys.
This is game on in the C2s. Romero and Campos, half a length advantage over Bourgil and Zukora.
Under the watchful gaze of the ITO on the naughty raft. And they're all around that bottom turn can clean. Game on. We have 500 meters to the line.
Campos and Romero, the reigning champions. Bourgil and Zukora.
The pole's
third
coming hard.
Last time. It's the same first three as it was a year ago, but in a different order. First place remains the same. It's going to be Campos and Romero, but the poles trying their best. Campos and Romero just pulling out a few inches.
They've got a
each stroke.
long way to go, Ivan. They're still at least 250 out. But the Spanish are pulling away just when it counts most. The poles, they're big units. They're machines in that boat. We've seen their turn of speed. But when it counts most, the Spaniards have played the decisive card in this. They're now gradually pulling away. Manuel Campos, Diego Romero.
So Bourgil and Zukora, third last year, are going to increase up to second this year. Busto and Miguel, who were second last year, are going to be back to third. Same first three as last year. The same winner as last year.
And 2 more medals for Spain on the medal tally.
Closing Hungary down. It's going to be tight next time we see the medals.
The poles, they've thrown everything and the kitchen sink at it, but it hasn't been enough to derail the bid of Manuel Campos and Diego Romero, who come down to the line. Your 2023 world champions from Spain, Manuel Campos, Diego Romero. Congratulations. The poles are wrapping up second.
And Spain third. So that's 3 medals for Spain this morning and none for Hungary. So I think that's equals.
Yeah.
I think that's
Game on.
equals on the
Game
medal
on
table.
in the nation table. Well, 3 of the best. Mission accomplished for them.
That brings
The Moldovans should be next across the line.
to a close our medals for this morning. All the medals decided, just a few people left out on course still.
Time to focus our attention back on the junior men's
Oh, my
K2.
word.
Stefan is sitting with the 3 crews that came out top of a spectacular scrap. Stefan. Stefan is wrestling with radio mic issues, so we'll get him as soon as he is back online. We predicted spice and drama. We expected the young K2s to be strutting around like roosters with their chests puffed out in a small cage, and that's exactly what we got.
I mean, that was an eventful race,
We
wasn't it?
didn't- I
From
don't-
start to finish.
I expected 1 or 2 incidents. I didn't expect wall-to-wall drama.
So I think we're just trying to get Stefan a new microphone so we can get those interviews, because it was a great racing from the junior boys this morning.
Bruno Cochrane and Luke Salmon, the Joe Burgers, punching above their weight and tantalizingly short of the podium, but
Absolutely. I mean, there were so many good performances in there. I mean, all the crews who took a swim and carried on.
yeah.
There's
We had
it's
4
not
swimmers
easy.
in the first
the
15
emotional,
minutes.
the emotional sort of seesaw of that, where you're going around. I don't want to do it. I do want to do it. It's a horrible place to be, but the display really. Oh, here we go. Stefan's on.
Ladies and gentlemen, big hands for Argentina. And this second position, Hungary. How was the race for you? Tell us a little bit.
It was very tough, but we made some mistakes, but I think overall we did good. So we're satisfied with our performance.
It was quite rough, the first 2 laps. Many boats doing many things and a lot of turns, a lot of fights. How was that?
Yeah, there were a lot of collisions, but I think we pulled those off pretty well, because we didn't really get into a lot of fights. We were just like chilling in the back, usually. Yeah, so I think we did good.
Chilling in the back, that's a good expression of how your tactics. Was that your race plan?
I am very happy with this competition. With my performance is very good, and my mate he is very good too.
Big hands for Hungary. And bronze medal to Spain.
Estamos muy contentos. Ha sido un resultado inesperado porque en las primeras vueltas hemos sido colocados atrás del grupo y ha sido muy duro, pero en la última vuelta nos hemos recuperado y hemos conseguido el objetivo. Estamos muy contentos. Muy contentos.
It was a tough race also for you. A lot of collisions, a lot of struggle in the group. How was that?
Ha sido una carrera muy difícil porque estábamos atrás y la penalización nos ha venido muy mal. Y había muchos barcos en el grupo, pero al final hemos conseguido la medalla y estamos muy felices.
Big hands for Spain.
Thanks, Ivan. Well, that's a race that's going to be talked about for years and years to come. And if you want to package a highlights reel that's going to look like a Hollywood blockbuster, that was it. What a race. So, running rule over the outcome of that race. Vincent Vergaven and Joachim Catalano winning that one in the colours of Argentina. Zeman and Kekesi taking the silver for Hungary. Spain taking it into bronze with Castilla and Aguilar. Bruno Cochrane and Luke Salmon will be stoked as heck with a 4th place. Portugal taking 5th through Batista and Bento. Lago and Fernandes taking it for a Spanish 6th. France in the colours a Spanish 6th. Fleury and Tuti taking 7th. And one of the great performances of the day, Oliver Koch and Anton Hinge having fallen out, racing into 8th. Magical result. Tej Nora and Vesir from the Czech Republic. Nordskjöld and Soderman for Sweden. Jared Shrimpton and Riley Smith, the youngest crew on the course, under 15s. They've got 3 years potentially at this level. Coming home with an 11th. Pat yourselves on the back. Bruno and Pizarro, Miman and Niehaus, Zugna and Tipolo. Ben Higgins and Finn Harris in the colours of Ireland, and Schulze and Lonke from Belgium. Big field here, and 2 DNFs, but Felipe Aguero and Jorge Pereira, the Uruguayans, wrapping up a great week for them. Aidan Han and Lachlan Dalsalo in the colours of Oz. The second Hungarian boat, Mate Kolik and David Kiss, just not their day today. Nothing going right for them. Team GB's William Short and James Ross finishing, and the Japanese crew of Bunzo Ueno and Mizuki Maeda wrapping up the list of finishers. What a race, and it's going to be a
Another
wonderful
gold
job
medal
for our crew
for
to
Spain
sit
in
and spice
C2,
together all the drama together.
4 and 5 gold
I see
medals
Ivan
in
has got
C2
the
for
C2
the two of
paddles.
you. Congratulations.
Thanks. I am very happy with 5 gold medal consecutives in between 2028 and 2023.
That's an amazing achievement. Congratulations. And Manuel, you do have 4 gold medal in C2.
Sí, es mi 4ª medalla consecutiva en C2. Estoy muy contento de poder hacer aquí el triplete de oro y quisiera agradecer a nuestro entrenador, José Luis Otero Padín, que estará en casa viéndonos. Quisiera agradecer también al fisio del equipo, que me ha ayudado mucho, que he estado con un problema físico la última semana. También quisiera agradecer a mi mujer y a mis hijos, y también dedicarle a la hermana de Tania Álvarez, que está embarazada, Amanda, un saludo desde aquí.
How was this race compared to the others?
Thank you.
How was this race compared to the others you have done?
¿Con quién fuimos todos? Sí. En 2008 pues competí con 2018, perdón, competí con Óscar Graña. Esa fue mi primera medalla y desde esa pues fueron todas consecutivas hasta ahora. No, apenas fue el año del COVID, que no hubo campeonato del mundo, pero estoy muy contento.
Big hands for Spain. And another silver medal to Poland. You have had quite a lot of medals over the years as well for Poland in this event.
Yes, my zdobyliśmy tutaj już 3 medale, cieszymy się z tego. Dzisiaj w Hiszpanii byli dużo lepsi na finiszu. Staraliśmy się im gdzieś tam uciec, niestety nie udało się. Druga łódka z Hiszpanii troszkę im pomogła w wyścigu. No ale mimo tego cieszymy się, to był naprawdę ciężki wyścig. Dziękujemy.
And tell us a little bit about the race. How was
this was a good game. How the chase and the Manuel Campos and Diego Romero have the level heart in this game, and congrats.
Big hands for Poland. And the bronze medal as well to Spain. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So tell us a little bit of the race.
Thank you. ¿Qué tal? Regata dura, tirando siempre. Aquí con los dos mejores C2 del mundo a pelear hasta el final.
Big hands for the bronze medalists from Spain.
Thanks, Stefan. Catching up with the 3 C2 crews at the front. There has been a dramatic development in the meantime, because there's the official result as you see it. The Poles crossed the line in second. They were slapped with a 30-second penalty for an infringement obstructing boats on the Portage takeout. So it's going to change the shake-up, and it's going to be a Spain 1-2. Manuel Campos and Diego Romero completing the fairy tale week for them here. Manuel Campos picking up the hat-trick, his 4th medal at this level, gold in color. Fernando Busto and Diego Miguel wrapping up the 2nd medal for Spain, so that'll be a silver for them, even though they crossed the line in 3rd. And Zucora and Borgil will now have to digest the consequences of that 30-second penalty that they've been saddled with. The Moldovans, the Taranvic brothers, wrapping up the 4th place. Zidai and Jelani taking 5th. And the balance of the field not completing the 21K course. So that sorts out the medals at the end of the humdinger of a morning session. My word, it really has been something that has left the nerves jangling. And we can now compose ourselves, catch our breath, because in a couple of minutes' time, what a belter this is going to be. The K2 women, all starting at 11 o'clock local time. That's 15 minutes away. We'll catch you then. Thanks for the eyeballs and ears. For those of you that are joining us for the first time,
start gates are up. You can see that thin red line between the boys there. So after a very eventful morning session, turn down the heat just a little, just one race on the course in our next session. It's the senior women's K2. In shot there, the Hungarian crew. That's Rogassi and Chepe. That's one of two Hungarian crews in this one, and there's the other one right there. If you're Kohalmi and you watched Kisley race yesterday, I'm thinking you probably fancy your chances this morning in this K2 race. Kisley, an awesome display, paddled away from the rest of the field, and today she's got help from Emis Kohalmi. So they're the two boats of note, but your world champions, don't forget, from Spain, Fernandez and Alvarez, in an awesome race last year. Actually my favourite race of the championship last year when they won. They've been there or thereabouts for years, and to actually win it last year was fantastic. Here's the medal table. Spain not quite catching Hungary, but it's closing up but Hungary potentially 2 in this next event. So Hungary lead with 6 golds, Spain with 5, Argentina now with 2, both from Vergorven, Ukraine with 1, Denmark, South Africa, Sweden and Portugal all with 1 gold, and then a smattering of other medals makes up the total on the right. Everything to play for though between Spain and Hungary. It's going to get stressful at the top. Athletes warming up, Spain in the background, and I think South Africa paddling across the front of us there. South African crew of Burkitt and Wilson, and Hockley and Byrne. Osa and Toledo, that's the second Spanish crew. Spain 1, Fernandez and Alvarez, they're going to be in boat 515. It is very tough to see past that boat there for a win today though.
And after her juggernaut showing yesterday, would Wanda Kisley have a plan that pretty much resembles that? Was gut-wrenchingly efficient in its execution yesterday. It must have come at a cost, but she is an incredible athlete.
These two are a super good crew though. I really like the way these two race, and I for one hope that the Hungarians don't make a break for it, and if they do, I think these two are the two who can stick with that break.
Tanya and Tanya in the Spanish boat. Let's run an eye over that entire field that's going to be assembling behind these start gantries in a couple of minutes' time. It's the kits you should know by now. It's 12 kg weight limit, length, and the Spanish come into this as the defending world champions, as you heard Ivan allude to. And there you have it. Boat number 2 is the one to keep your eye on, Wanda Kisley and Amis Kolhami. Watch the Spanish crew of Irati Osa and Aranza Toledo. Other Spanish crew is Tanya Fernandez and Tanya Alvarez that you've just seen on the screen. Denmark fielding Ann Winter and Jeanette Rahaug. Denmark second crew is Pernille Holstrup and Sophie Hansen. South Africa's first crew is Saskia Hockley and Mish Byrne, the Durban crew. Then you go to Norway, Elise Erlands and Elsa Stensholt. Australia fielding Rebecca Mann and Hannah Scott. The second South African boat is Nikki Burkitt, Andy Burkitt's wife, and Eastern Cape friend Jade Wilson. Sweden have Ellen Hoglund and Ella Richter. Hungary, Silla Rogasi and Panachepe. And Argentina, Juliana Otero and Keria Munoz. That's a field, Ivan.
Here's the course. From the start, up round the long lap, no portages after this first long lap. All the subsequent laps include the portage, which we're going to see when this green line goes. That's our second lap. We come in, into the portage, over the portage, all our subsequent laps, which is 6 laps, 6 portages, full length of the course, and then after that final portage, which is always hugely significant, it's a quick sprint up to the short turn and back, 1,000 meters distance. The finish is actually around there, and that's where the winners will be decided. So here we are warming up. Not too many boats in this race, but a high quality field. I say hard to look beyond Kisley for this one, but Fernandez and Alvarez will be having a shout. Plus 5:13 there, Winter and Rahaug. Seen them racing already this weekend. And the Danes have put out another solid crew with Hansen and Hostrup. And they will also have an opinion as to how this race pans out.
It's 11 o'clock and this westerly wind is still a factor. It hasn't increased, but it is definitely still a factor as it comes rippling from behind the athletes as they leave the start. They'll see it again when they make that right-hand turn at the end of the long lap coming down, and they'll go into the teeth of that wind. And let's hope it doesn't become a factor. The Argentinians, it's been a good week for Argentina. I'm sure they'll be riding some of the emotional energy that's in the camp.
I think they might find themselves outgunned in this one,
Yeah,
Dave.
I think they're up against it. They're going to start this one with themselves a little hamstrung. But as I said, if they can tap anything emotionally into that, Saskia Hockley and Michelle Byrne. Michelle, a surf ski world. In fact, both of them surf ski world champions. Saskia is a junior. See how this boat can go.
South Africans just have a tenacity about them that they always seem to get results that outstrip their technical prowess, if you like. You compare them to the well-drilled boats and the technically, like, classically technically good-looking paddlers. The South Africans look a bit ragged sometimes, but they're always there, and it's always super impressive. You know they're going to be there.
The core of their year is built around river marathon racing.
Yep.
The sprint season is a
Cool,
blip
blimey.
on.
It's all going on there.
Yeah. And I think if there's one thing that surf ski racing and river racing does, it teaches you to be entirely self-sufficient to deal with whatever is being thrown at you. You're continually dealing with challenges, not just the endurance of getting the boat from A to B. And I think it makes you quite, and it definitely sharpens your skills. Your full array of boat skills, paddle skills, and capacity to manage your boat are sharpened by that. Is the Aussie crew?
Australians there, Rebecca Mann and Hannah Scott, and we haven't talked about them yet, but yesterday Rebecca Mann was super impressive on that first lap. She just came up short. I mean, I'm sure she won't mind me saying, but she did come up short on the portaging. But her group management and her speed within the group yesterday in the K1s was as good as anyone's.
The Swedes, Hoglund and Richter, as they come down to the start line. 12 boats in this race, 3 medals to be decided. And the larger-than-life boat is second from
the top.
Watch this space. Other Hungarian boat is right in front of us. Chepe and Ragasi. Argentinians eyeing their Uber very carefully on the left.
That's an intimidating sight for anyone who watched yesterday's race.
She's got that same steely determination, that Robocop look about it. It must be so intimidating to line up against. There they go. Start gantry goes down. Hungarians nearest us in camera, starting nicely. But right near the top, you'll see it's the second to top boat of Van der Kisley and Emese Kolhami immediately putting their mark on this race.
And 2 down from them was the Spaniards, world champions. They're just trying to stay on their right-hand side. It's everything they've got to do it, though. So Spain 1 and 2, left and right of the Hungarians already. The real winners here, if they can stay there, as Anne Winter and Jeanette Rahag, if they can just stay on that V, that's a ride all the way to the front. The other Hungarians at the bottom of the screen, Australians in the red and white boat, white and blue boat, coming to them. And there'll be a coming together at some point. And there's going to be a squeeze between all these boats. I imagine the Spaniards will get squeezed into the V behind Kisley as the other Hungarians come across. That's happening now. No, the Spaniards holding on to that
and
wave.
there's some collisions at the back. 2 boats getting snarled
South
up.
Africa and I think the Czechs, maybe. No, we haven't got any Czechs in there. We'll give you a name on those when we can.
Thank goodness no casualties.
The Spain looking good. The Danes having an absolute ball in the V back there. It couldn't have fallen any better for them. They've been in the V right from the word go. And Spain and Hungary. The white bow on the left of your shot is the second Hungarians. South Africa in the yellow boat just out the back. Here we go.
And there's another bumper bashing between that.
It's a replay.
That's Michelle Byrne and Saskia Hockley just getting a little too familiar with that red, white and blue boat.
So Kisley, Kahalmi into their rhythm, up and running. Rugasi and Chepe moving up on the Spaniards. Spaniards shut the door on that attack. And the person that will be most grateful for that is sitting in the front of the Danish K2. The longer they can stay there, the better. Australians doing well off the back of Spain 1. So it's the Norwegians in that red, white and blue boat that had the crash with the South Africans. All boats together, South Africa 2 just off the back there, along with Sweden. Norway in the black boat with the red, white and blue top. Australia in the red, white and blue top, slightly further forward. The South Africans getting back in contention in the yellow boat on the left of your screen. Sweden at the back of the group. The waves falling well for them. They've got 2 options there. They can stay where they are, which is perfectly good, or they can try and move up to the red, white and blue boat of Australia.
So ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremonies for the K2 junior men and the C2 men about to get underway any minute. So with the crews from K2,
Sweden
Argentina,
moving out to the
Spain,
right.
and C2, Spain, Portugal. Please present themselves to the medal ceremony area right now. Thank you. Tack.
So Kisley leads, and I think we'll say that a lot today. Second Danish crew looking at their options, trying to find somewhere better. That's Hostrup and Hansen. We can see 172 on their back. That's the Danish crew to the right of shot. The other Danish crew, unbelievable. They got in that V after about 20 strokes, and they haven't been anywhere else since. And your first lap doesn't get any better than that. Hostrup and Hansen, though, work to do. They're just losing contact with the group slightly. You can see the gap in that group that they're trying to get to.
Up to the turn they go. The little elbow turn. So, intense start. Predictably enough, the pace was set by Van der Kisler and Emesio Kolhame. But let's have a look at the start once again as the 12 boats took off on the line.
So Kisley second up. See how the 4th boat up, which is the Spaniards, immediately latched onto their side, squeezing the Danes into the V. You can see how hard the Danes are working to stay there, because they know that if they stay there, that is their ride to the front. The Australians gradually come across to the right to the second Hungarians, and then the 2 groups merge later on. So Spain and Spain felt the lane draw. Here come the Australians to the second Hungarians. They'll get to their side, and then as the Hungarians go across to get to their compatriots, the battle was whether the Hungarians got there before the Spanish could hold them off. At this stage, it looks like it's going to fall for the Hungarians. But now, boom, there go the Spaniards, just speeding up. They just need to move forward enough, inching forward. They're far enough forward that the Hungarians can't cut them out. And pretty much from now on, that group shape has been set. That lead 4 have been the lead 4 ever since. And that's where we stand, even when we return to them now. I'm sure that lead 4 will be exactly the same. There you go. There's your same shot as it was, or would have been 5 minutes ago.
Gave us another look at that little bump between the Norwegian boat and the South African boat of Saskia Hockley and Michelle Byrne. No harm done. It was literally just a consequence, I think, of the 2 groups coming together and the lack of places that everybody had to try and rub shoulders for. But one of the ways you can challenge and not be offensive in trying to jockey for their position. Nix Burkett and her Eastern Cape compatriot Jade Wilson. Now 12 meters off the pace being set by Van der Kisly and Emes Kolhame.
To your right of screen, in the white tops with the sort of black shoulders. Norwegians finding it tight round that buoy again there, just getting squeezed back a little bit as they go round the top turn.
I'm seeing the Viking hornsmen assembling at the podium, Ivan, so I'm going to leave you for a second to look after the medal ceremonies.
Rather you than me, Dave. Denmark still having the ride of a lifetime in that front group. Australia just falling back a little. And as they come out of the turn, all those little gaps will close up. There we go. I think it's still just Denmark off the back. So the leaders, as they have been throughout.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the medal ceremony for the junior men K2. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists in the junior men's K2. These medals will be presented by Tom Falshaw, the president of the Danish Canoe Federation, and he will be assisted by Marcelo Barca from Argentina. The bronze medal, representing Spain, Ruben Castilla, Arturo Aguilar. The silver medals, representing Hungary, Daniel Zeman and Arpad Kerkesi. And the gold medals and the world champions representing Argentina, Vincent Vergalven, Joachim Cattelano. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Argentina. Congratulations to our medalists in the K2 junior men. We'll very shortly start the medal ceremony for the C2 men. We're looking for the Polish crew, please, of Zakora and Borgil. Please, can you come down to the medal ceremony holding area right now? So, Ivan, while we prepare ourselves for the ceremony for the C2 men, which will get underway in a couple of minutes' time, on the far side of the course, coming down to the bottom turn can, lots of excitement as the K2 flotilla comes around the bottom turn cans.
Absolutely. The significant change came when the South Africans, who are now on the left of the leaders, cut out the Spaniards into the V, and that changed the shape of the group. That was just before they got to this turn. Spaniards should have been pushed back into the V. I think they are there now. That's the first time in this race that the Danes, with Winter and Rahag, haven't been in that front section. You can see them with the glasses on there, about third left on your screen. Kisley finally allowing the Spaniards to take over. So through go Fernandez and Alvarez. South Africans trying to duck around the back of the Hungarians, but didn't make it quite in time to get to the front V. Instead, that seems to be filled by Spain again. So Spain leading, Hungary left and right, and Spain in the V. They're your big four. South Africa with Wilson and Burkitt on the right, closest to us in shot. Jeanette Rahag in the glasses in the front of that first Danish boat. Won this race 10 years ago. And I have been given the information on how old she is, but I don't think I'm going to be brave enough to put that on air.
Thanks, Ivan, for the update as the K2s move away from us. It's time to turn our attention to the medal ceremony for the C2
Not sure what
men.
happened there, but they're out of the race.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the C2 men. These medals will be presented by Steen Verlinden of the ICF Marathon Committee and assisted by Jose Andre Roman Mangas of Team Spain. The bronze medal, representing Poland, Mateusz Zakora and Mateusz Borgil. The silver medals, representing Spain, Fernando Busto, Diego Miguens. And your gold medals, the world champions, also representing Spain, Manuel Campos, Diego Romero. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain. Congratulations to our medalists and a big thank you to the dignitaries for officiating at the medal ceremony. Time to focus our attention back on the K2 women's race on course.
I have to say, back to the women's K2, I have to say it's slightly subdued atmosphere on the podium there, with the 30-second penalty given to the Poles. I think didn't go down too well with them. So we're going to get you a replay of what happened to the Swedes. So there they are. I'm guessing they've already pulled out at this stage, judging by the body language, and it looks like they're just paddling back home. That was earlier in the race. They look okay physically, so maybe an equipment failure. But there's your lead group. 10 boats, sorry. Around the top turn, and this time when we get to the bottom it's going to be a portage, and there'll be a little shake up, I'm sure. The Australians at the back of that group for now. Norwegians to their left. South Africa on the front wash, and I think it's still, I think we're back to Kisley leading now. You really want to be covering her on the run at the portage, because we saw what can happen when she gets a sniff of a break in a group. So fairly pedestrian from here down to the bottom turn. Things will get a bit spicy once we're within about a minute of the portage, I'm sure.
And compared to our Dodgem cars this morning, it's far more orderly and civilized.
Relatively dull for us in commentary. I mean, this morning was a bit of a excitement fest, wasn't it? Now we've got standard racing, which all of a sudden Seems a bit mundane.
Look, we want excitement. We want people to be challenging for positions and arm wrestling. We don't want to see 4 swimmers in the race in
No.
the first 15 minutes. That's doesn't help anybody. Saskia Hockley and Michelle Byrne on the right-hand side of your picture.
The big guns are leading. Kisley. And the very well-drilled Spanish crew of Fernandez and Alvarez to their left as we look at them. Left-hand side of the group, the other South Africans.
Jade Wilson driving the boat. Nikki Burkett, Andy Burkett's wife, sitting in the back. Their kids are having a field day this week. They are on the holiday of a lifetime. They've gone with Granny and Grandpa to the Addo Elephant Park, so they're having a complete field day away. Love spending time with Granny and Grandpa, so Andy and Nix can get away and thoroughly enjoy themselves and apply themselves and know that their kids are being well looked after.
So nobody seemingly motivated to change the shape of this group. The only attack you might expect is from the second Hungarian crew to squeeze the Spaniards off the side of Kisley. But those Spaniards are so strong and so sharp that that's probably not a good option for them.
Kisley, relatively diminutive in stature, but the largest figure there, larger than life in that group. Just a huge presence.
The Norwegians are doing well to be in this group too. I mean, I might be underselling them. They obviously know their ability more than I do, but wouldn't have had them down as one of the main contenders at the start. But the chest thumping that we saw before the start, that might be the new thing. Spain trying to overhaul Kisley, just trying to get, where are the South Africans going?
Just caught napping, I think, Saskia Hockley and Michelle Byrne. Look on Saskia's face says it all. Bother said poo.
I
Need to get back there.
It's the Spaniards who were pushed back a whole V by the South Africans not being ready for that. Will be the ones cursing. South Africa, hopefully. Where are they on the course? They're still quite far up.
Long
South
way up.
Africans will come to the left of Kisley again, and the Spaniards move up. I can't think why the South Africans would have dropped to the tail of Kisley there, other than they just couldn't match the speed.
Possibly.
So that injection of speed was stimulated by the Spanish crew to the right of your current leaders, just pushing up, maybe a little test to see what the mood was in the group, and Kisley has definitely decided that she's going to get to the Portage first on the front of that group.
I think she's had a rest. As we saw yesterday, she's content to use a very small portion of the race, settling back onto a wave or a diamond where she can catch her breath, but she's more than confident enough to back herself to sit at the front of the race for the lion's share of the whole outing.
Winter and Rahag there, 5-1-3. Looking good.
I guess Kahalmi gets into the boat with her knowing that it's going to get hot. They're going to have to work really hard. If you're going to race, you race Vanda style, and that could be redlining the whole way or for much of the way.
If you had all the choices in the world, though, you wouldn't choose anyone else to be sat behind, that's for sure.
Chew your arm off to get that seat.
Australians at the back of the group, Mann and Scott. You can see how close they all are on the wash riding on that right side. It's not half a length, it's like more like quarter of a length. That tells you that group's moving pretty slowly at the moment.
Is that the Norwegian boat at the back, almost touching the boat in front of them?
As long as it stays as almost, everyone's happy.
Saskia Hockley chatting to Michelle Byrne, big smile on her face, so the mood is relatively relaxed. Not for the Danes. There's been lots of huffing and puffing on that face right from the start. In fact, the charge to try and stay with Van der Kisely is one of the reasons they're still there. And I guess you must have had K2 partners that behave in unique and...
We're not even going to go there, Dave. I've had some K2 partners that I probably... Yeah, we're not going there.
What are you doing? Look, you're paddling okay, but why are you doing that?
I have been super lucky over my time to have some very good K2 partners, but not without their foibles, shall we say.
Even if they...
I'm sure they say the same about me. It's just that I've got the microphone, they haven't, so...
So what would they say about you? You paddle with Lawler and you get... Okay, he paddles well, but he also...
I think you'd have to ask them, Dave. I think I'd like to think I was fairly reliable as a driver, but they certainly know they wouldn't have had to go out and work as hard as they can, because born lazy was my motto. So Kisley, I would never have raced like Kisley or Pedersen yesterday, primarily because I couldn't, not because I didn't want to.
As a senior member of the marathon committee.
South Africans just getting squeezed a little on the corner. They'll fall back behind the Hungarians probably for the next buoy. No, Hungarians wandering outwards slightly. So everyone's safe and round the corner. And here we go for Portage number 1.
Spain coming out hot. Hungary are going to be able to have the pick of their takeout places on the left. Spain leading the charge
South
down
Africans
the right.
wanting to, I don't know, why dropping round behind the Hungarians for this first Portage, South Africa.
Early takeout for them.
Cost them a little bit of time, but not too much. Kisley up and away.
Mishburn.
Spain up and away first. We've got a problem in that Hungarian boat. It's not running well, Kisley's boat. They're falling back on the run. Have we got a dead leg problem in there like we had in the boys' boat this morning? Kisley's being overhauled on the run. They're getting going now. They're staying level with the Spaniards. You can see her boxed in there.
Oh, that is jam-packed. And a super run from Jade Wilson and Nikki Burkett. South Africans are going to leapfrog their way up this group if they can get going. Nick Burkett urging Jade Wilson on.
Okay, Spain will take a lot of solace from what just happened there. Kisley and Kahami were out first. And yeah, their running was poor.
We saw Vanda running fantastically.
These two girls from Spain, their K2, I think, is the best pound-for-pound K2 in the world in the women's field. They're so tidy and so smooth.
This is Team Tanya and Tanya.
Winners last year. I've had them down as my winners for years, and they've come second and third and second and third. Last year they finally cracked it, and yeah, that's a comforting portage for them. They were streets ahead of the others.
Lap 2 best time, I think, is going to go to Nikki Burkett and Jade Wilson. No, I take it back. It's Saskia Hockley and Michelle Byrne.
I think seeing as they all went round together, it's pretty immaterial, but
it's potato.
Bragging rights, isn't it?
Potato. They don't see those numbers, so there's nothing to be gained from it. Just going back to partners, senior member of our marathon committee who will remain nameless, but who did race in Great Britain and South Africa, who was a serial whistler through his teeth. So if you like somebody going with every breath, then he's your top partner. But there were others that had great and very successful paddling partnerships that will never forget that.
A little bit of coming together from the two white boats, top of your shot there, just as they went round that buoy. But Australia, South Africa and Norway separated just slightly from that front group. Going out to your right there.
Ooh.
I think that was the video speeding up, not the paddlers there.
I'm questioning the line, not the video speed.
It did look impressive for a moment, but just trying to see what's going on there. The main group making a run for that breakaway boat. Get that Portage replay coming up for us soon.
Put a
It'll be
microscope on the
interesting to
Hungarians.
watch. Yeah, Kisley and K2m. They're first to get out on the left-hand side, just in front of the yellow boat of South Africa. Spaniards on the right. They're the boat that comes out first. They're first. Kisley first to rise and pick up the boat. They look good at this stage, but now they're not making any progress there at all. One boat comes past, then two other boats come past on their right-hand side. And it's like exactly like we saw in the men's race, where the legs didn't work momentarily there.
And it looked like Vanda was pulling. She was trying to get that boat going. And it might just be that ogre of dead leg. You never know. And if it's sitting on early on Portage 1, you've got to get back into the boat and somehow just sit slightly differently, stop the pinch of that sciatic nerve.
Osa and Arati there. Osa and Toledo, rather. So here we go. Reorganisation. The two boats to the right of the leader just like either get up and do it or
drop back.
Finish the job. They are going to get round eventually. It's going to be tight. Actually, they're going to end up leading instead. That looks to be the South Africans coming up the right-hand side. But there's the power of the two big guns. And for all that work South Africa did, there hasn't yet been a gain for it.
Who's that coming with them?
It's just unsettled at the front. 4 boats in a line.
Norway,
You
Australia.
rarely see that.
That spectre of dead leg we saw surfacing in the junior boys and possibly resurfacing itself here. It's just one of those, it's an inherent hazard of this game. How do you fix it? If you see dead legs setting in.
I don't know. You try and shift in your seat, but the discomfort in the boat that's caused it rarely goes away. Usually it's a lean one way or the other. I mean, typically in a K2, one person swears the boat's leaning right, the other one swears it's leaning left. And you just increase that fight between the two of you until so much pressure's on one cheek that your leg goes dead. And you saw the result of that in the junior boys. I mean, anyone in this race now has got a very different opinion of that Kisley boat than they had before that Portage, I think. Everyone's going to regroup by the look of it. They all make their way up.
And one of two things will happen. They'll either manage to fix it or wiggle toes and whatever their remedy is to fix it. But I suspect that having seen a chink in the armour here, they're going to try and exploit that on the next Portage. And it'll be an opportunity to put some serious heat
Spanish will be really
on the
pleased
Hungarian
that
boat.
they executed their Portage to their plan. It worked and they got in that boat. What, 3 or 4 lengths ahead of the rest of the field.
They wouldn't have been expecting that. That would be a really encouraging gain for them.
South Africans still choosing to sit on the half V behind the leader. That'll be irritating an awful lot of the other people in that group. You can see the group's kind of lopsided. Everything's to the right of the leader. It would normally be more symmetrical than that. And that's the South Africans just choosing to stay where they are.
Let's have a close look at that group as it was just coming up to the top turn can, and Ivan will expand on just why the decision to paddle immediately behind the leaders rather than form the traditional V is one that's going to be irritating them.
Obviously got the leaders.
Let's have a look at Ivan's
here.
scribbling pad.
That's the leaders here. You would expect this South African crew to be on their left side. Now you can see that the turn buoy is coming up, so they might not want to go to the left side for that reason. But the upshot of them being there is that this boat, I've changed my colour, I will not allow green. This boat here in red would normally be sat on the V and happy. Instead, these people are super unhappy. Actually, My lines don't line up on your screen. Honestly, on my screen, this all made sense. But on your screen, I look like...
You look like a madman.
I look like a small child with a crayon.
You look like you're trying to send them off to the
I
next
think
dam.
that's just painting me in a very bad light. And I think, Dave, you need to back me up here. Honestly, my lines were different, right?
Your picture was beautiful, and it made profound, deep and moving sense. But what came out in the stream...
I've just been done up like a kipper there, and honestly, I'm not that stupid.
I'm going to reach over for the clear button. We can just pretend that never happened.
That's all right. That's fine. Thank you. We've just had an apology from the production staff who...
It was
to be fair, it was unlikely to be their error. It was more likely to be mine.
But what Ivan said was deep, profound, and sadly wasted on the tablet, not on the stream.
So Kisley still leads.
The second Hungarian boat right there. Spain, Australia, both South African boats.
Spain sitting pretty to the right of the leaders. Norway off the pace now.
As they have been fairly often.
Yeah, I mean, you can come back a few times, can't you? But ultimately, the energy it costs to get from there back to the group. Usually you come back. Australia, nice move, up the outside to get to the side of the leaders. All of a sudden, the group's making a lot more sense, and so it's Hungary 2 leading, Kisley to their right, Spain with Fernandez Alvarez to their right, South Africans on the outside, both South African crews over that right-hand side of the group. The yellow boat with Hockley and Byrne, and the white boat with Burkett and Wilson.
So that Norwegian boat had that outside wave, but the minute they came up against the reeds, that all got gobbled up, so they've had to tuck inside.
You're almost better off coming to the other side of the group where the waves
On
are
the inside.
uninterrupted. Things are hotting up. Kisley leads.
Key part of the K2 setup for a race like this is pumps. Normally set up in front, always set up in front of the back seat paddler, but they have to work. And it's up to the back seat paddler principally to look if there's water gathering in the bottom of the boat and to make sure that by the time you get to the Portage takeout, it's dry.
You were talking about what you can do about dead legs earlier. If you're paddling too slowly and the pressure on your feet is not required, essentially, then the legs can go dead. So Kisley might be leading just so that you can see the legs work in the back of that boat. Halmy, right leg, left leg. Just increasing that pressure and the pump of blood through the system is maybe enough. But bit of a wake-up call for Kisley on that last portage. Ragassi and Chepe to their left. Some rather fancy-looking drink bags there, aren't they? So I've gone for the dog tooth check on the front one.
Please don't start giving fashion advice. It's pretty. I'll give you that much.
Man, great race yesterday. Out here with Hannah Scott today. The Danes still in the game.
Tenacious, and they've managed to keep their noses clean. Definitely keeping them in the mix.
And the gap back to Norway suddenly expanding.
Kohalmi looking around. We're in lap 3 here, so heading towards the midpoint of the race.
Bit of chat there from that front crew, and I don't know. All's not well. I'm gonna take a punt and say that all is not well in that front K2.
Collectively as a combination, or do you think one of them is struggling with an issue?
It's always a collective thing in a K2. It's never one. That's not to say you don't blame your partner always.
Because this
because
discussion
that's-
needs to go down the road of just how spent is Wanda after what she put on yesterday. That was a show that you're not going to see often.
I don't think she's spent to an extent where she's going to struggle in a group like
This
this.
early.
You can see how pedestrian this pace is at the moment. And if it wasn't pedestrian, all those gaps would be slightly bigger. That's a really tightly bunched group. And I don't think anyone in there is suffering at all at the moment.
And there are so many factors that go into that equation. Is the K2 crew working? It's individually the form that you're going in, and then crucially, a lot of it is technical. The way the boat's set up, the way your seats are set up, the hours you've spent in training to make sure that if you have a natural difference in posture, that you've worked on those seats. If need be, you can wedge them up with a little bit of foam so that whatever natural lean you've got is compensated to the point that you're both comfortable. There's nothing worse than getting into a boat where you're both fighting for leaning in the opposite direction.
So 1 minute to go to the next portage. And the stress, there'll be a little bit of fear in that Danish boat at the back, just from their positioning at the moment. They know they can't afford any mistakes back there. Same is probably true of the South African boat, the yellow one there. And I imagine after yesterday, Rebecca Mann is also not looking forward to the next 2 minutes.
And she's going to be on the inside of the turn buoys as they come around that left-hander into the portage. Here they go.
She'll fall back onto the Danes probably from there. She's going to try and hold her ground.
But as they come into the portage, it's Kahami and Kisley.
Let's watch how they get out in their first section of the run.
Spain.
Fernandez, Alvarez going right, as they did last time.
Burkett and Wilson are going strong.
Fernandez, Alvarez, definitely the best drilled crew in here. They're to the right of the pontoon. Kisley to the left.
Let's
See
watch
how
the
they get out.
Hungarians.
They're out well. Up and running.
It's a carbon copy of their last takeout. Now
They're
let's look
moving
at
a
the
little
run.
bit better this time. Matching the Spaniards.
That's a much better run from the Hungarians.
Spanish the better runners though. South Africans coming through on the left of the Hungarians. They're running really well. That's Burkett.
And Jade Wilson.
Spanish still there. They should have gone by now.
Slow start by Spain. It's going to play into Burkett and
Australians
Wilson's
are in all
hands.
sorts of trouble. There's nowhere to put
They
their boat
blocked in.
really. Away goes Spain. This time with Kisley. With the other Hungarian. Oh, it's 2 from Spain, 2 from Hungary. These are the big players.
And then both South African boats eager to slot in behind them. But they've got a little bit of work to do. Hockley and Byrne will be eyeing that. Oh! Emptying for Norway.
And they were on their own. They must have just had an accident getting in. And away they go. Just lost a bit of ground on the group. South Africans in the yellow boat and the white boat just off this back group, this front group rather, of 4.
That's an ominous looking trio at the front of the race now. Danish paddlers getting heaps of support from the locals here at Lake Yels. Pernille Hostrup and Sophie Hansen. Leaves the portage to the sound of the Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones fading behind them.
This looks very different film from above, kayaking, than from the side. Front group reformed. South Africans are back.
Just get us perspective on the rolling waves here. The wind is picking up, and as we saw yesterday, the best gauge is the way the reeds on the return lap whip around. But you can see from those rolling waves that the wind is gradually picking up. It's not uncommon for this region at this time of year, but it is going to be a factor in this race. And we've got a men's race coming up later in the afternoon, and the wind does continue to pick up.
Got more abandoned races there. Otero and Munoz, they're out. Never really in contention in this one. And their days ended early.
Australians just fiddling with their drinking systems. I think you want to try and eliminate all distractions. You don't want to get bugged by things like a drinking system that you think might not be in the right place, or you might be unclamped or whatever.
It's just this. It's quite a slow race, this one.
I think this is Kisley backing the firepower that we saw yesterday. She's, I think, going to be content to do this. She's going to be content to let the pace slide back, keep the Spaniards in the hunt, knowing that if she can find just a dollop of the form that she showed yesterday, it should be more than enough to take her to a double. The flip side of that is that it's there to be exploited. It'd be interesting to see one of the other crews really go for a bold roll of the dice, because bold you're going to have to be if you want to upset Vanda at this stage. It's going to have to be a dramatic and bold move that sticks.
Just showing that Kisley was the fastest off the start, with the other Hungarians close to us on shot right at the start. It was those two, they came together. Spaniards were having to work hard to stay with Kisley, so she'll probably fancy herself in terms of top end speed and maybe just wants an easy ride round in the lead up to that. But their portaging isn't the best in the group. That goes to Spain, and there's not a lot of time in that last lap if you do mess up your final portage.
At this stage, all you can hope for is to be on par, not to leak any further time. If
Yeah.
you can get through that with a not having leaked any time, then it's mission accomplished.
Paddler Brett from South Africa. He thinks you're eating biscuits, Dave. It's actually chocolate eggs, Brett. So that's
Paddler Brett's in Oz.
yeah.
Or give us the studio cam here. I wonder if Lars can give us the studio cam while the boats head up to the top. I'll have to press the magic button here. It's a rookie error on my part. So Paddler Brett, thanks, bud. He's been so helpful, and he's one of those guys that gets the conversation going, stimulates all sorts of generally extremely positive and informative and exploratory
That
discussions.
doesn't mean he has to listen to you eat chocolate eggs all morning, though. Does it?
The last couple of days, Lawler's been out of hand and has invariably put the pox on people by getting his predictions wrong. So we've used the Hammer of Thor. We used that that axe thing, which I called the lazy ox by mistake with my bad Danish. So we've de-weaponized ourselves, which I think is part of the New World Order.
You've de-weaponized yourself because you're becoming a liability. There were people out there actually worried about your state of mind by the end of yesterday, yeah.
Really?
There were.
So what we did is we are now wagering these things, which are magnificent mini eggs from Denmark. So when Lawler's good...
You're hoping for sponsorship from the chocolate egg
I am.
factory.
I'm going to leave my personal address at the bottom so they can send me a couple of crates of these. But when Lawler's good, he gets a couple of mini eggs. Was brave enough to wager 5 mini eggs on the Poles winning.
Dave's acting here like he's giving me chocolate eggs when I'm good. I have to get him up in the morning, make sure he's awake. I have to stop him drinking at night because he's clearly got a problem.
So Paddler Brett,
it's like having a small child to look after.
So what happens, Paddler Brett, is invariably Ivan and I both have a small addiction problem to these mini eggs here. So what happens is there's a stage when we need a little bit of energy, and then I look at Ivan and Ivan looks at me, and we have this unspoken code where
It's a loving glance. It's not just a look, Dave. It's a loving glance.
He will then take 2 minutes while I take the eggs like this.
Oh, we can all hear that, Dave.
Which is what you're listening to. It's me having 1 egg, 2. 2 is never enough, so pop in a 3rd, and then Lawler has to keep talking while I chew.
I'm embarrassed for him. He's not a fast learner. Sorry, Brett. So women going up to the top turn. And that same group of 8 sticks together, and it's very hard to see that changing, or who's going to do the work to make that change. This is lap 4 of 7. Imagine quite fun to be in that group. You feel relatively safe. You're covering ground at reasonable speed.
And the
No
saber rattling has stopped.
A long time ago. Here go the Hungarians. A slight change of shape. So Ragassi and Chepe now leading. Kisley to their right. The Spaniards, Alvarez and Fernandez to their right. Coming up the left side of the group, I think it's Denmark. It's a long way up there for them. There they come in the glasses from Denmark. That's Winter and Rahag.
Good place to make a burn, because until you get to that right-hand turn, you are in sheltered water, so it's good water to comfortably speed on. The minute you take that right, you're going to feel the wind. You'll see the reeds suddenly get more animated. You can actually see that bit of calm water in front of them. The minute they've gone through that, they're in the choppy water.
So for me, it took the Danes too long to get back to that front wash. That tells me that they haven't got a huge turn of speed there, and a catch up like that takes 10-15 seconds is an awful lot more expensive than a 5-second one, and that's going to begin to show later on in the race. I think they look like one of the crews that might be caught for speed if things do hot up. All the big boats to the right of the leader currently. So Ragassi and Chepe lead, Kisley, Kahalmi on their right, and the 2 Spaniards in the white boat with the red shoulder. Here we go. Something's kicking off. There go the Spaniards. Kisley responds. The other Hungarians not responding very well. They're having to move across to the Kisley.
That's a pretty comprehensive response from Wanda.
Yeah, there's your
I mean,
power.
she had it completely. There was no panic. There wasn't even a noticeable jump up in stroke rate. There was just marked power.
Yeah.
And it just put everybody back in their places.
That's a tick in Kisley's box for the power game. Spaniards know that. That was just a little attempt. See what they've got. And they had an answer. 2 who suffered there, the yellow boat and the red, white and blue boat. Oi, oi, oi.
Oh, day made. What are these, dude?
They're classic bufflers.
Bufflers. Flurballer. Look at this. Our desire to taste Danish delicacies has spread, and Andreas, my new best friend, who I think I'm going to marry. I'm going to ditch my wife and marry
These
Andreas.
look like marshmallow covered in chocolate, in dark chocolate.
Well, let's have a. This is a fleurball, apparently, which is a first for me. So
the excitement of a child.
Look at this.
It is the excitement of a child.
It's magnificent.
Look at him.
I think we used
At
to
least pretend you've grown up, Dave.
Okay,
come on.
Lola, you have to speak for a few minutes. This looks like a sweetie pie. Oh my word! Man, that was good. You want one?
Not your second-hand one.
Speak on, Lola. I'm finishing this.
Terrible. Terrible.
That's delicious.
Back to the race, because that's what people have come to see, Dave. They haven't come to see you eat marshmallow flurbles.
People are watching adverts to be able to watch me eat fleurball.
There's some irony in that, isn't there?
There is.
People paying good money to watch you eat a marshmallow covered in dark chocolate.
It's fantastic.
So, about 4 minutes from the next portage, Kisley Kahalmi in charge.
Going to circle back to yesterday's race where Wanda was just in such a zone. She just becomes a juggernaut. so fixed, so
I think
determined. She's
describing a young lady as a juggernaut.
no, look at that face.
Dave,
She is so determined. There's almost a glare on her face, which makes her look like a Viking warrior. And I would hate to do battle with somebody like that. But the minute she crossed the line, we just saw this explosion of emotion, and this cheerful, bubbly person that we all know just emerge from behind the warrior. And she's, it's clearly a zone that she's capable of getting into that makes her an extraordinary athlete.
Just trying to see, in that boat, it's the Portage is their weak point. Alvarez and Fernandez to their right from Spain. They're the world champions at the moment. They had a superb race last year, and I keep going back to that because it's one of my favourites. And they've got to do something at some point to put something into, or at least test, the Hungarians. And I'm surrounded. I'm sorry. I'm going to leave the race for a minute. I'm surrounded by officials, chief officials. These things are being handed out everywhere. No one's doing their job. Everyone's just filling their face full of marshmallowy things. Chief official, chairman of the marathon racing committee is in the shed next to me.
Every canoeing suit in the world is eating flowball.
Yeah, it's a disgrace. I'm the only one holding this show together. I hope people appreciate that.
Well, he's put the flowball down in front of him, and he's going to buckle within seconds. Watch. I'll pick up the pieces. Very
The
organized.
only professional voice of this whole organisation. Kisley and Kahalmi lead, and we are now closing in, minute and a half probably to the Portage. Spain to their right, two South Africans on the right-hand side of the group. I haven't been that aware of the South African Portage. The yellow boat's been suffering just a little bit, as far as I can remember.
Well, the Jade Wilson, Nikki Burkett Portage has been good. They've
yeah.
continually made up places, and I think they'll be thrilled to be where they are. Yeah. Saskia Hockley and Mish Byrne have been so relaxed. It's been noticeable that there's been lots of banter and chatter. Saskia's a happy soul anyhow, and Mish is happy to go with that sort of mood. They are keeping their powder dry. I think you'll see a bit of Portage power from Nikki and Jade.
I think the yellow boat of Hockley
you have
has
not
been
seen
on the edge.
What the Saskia Hockley Mish Byrne
30 seconds to go to find out whether you're right or wrong, Dave.
Watch the Jade Wilson Nikki Burkett boat.
That's the white one. They've been good throughout. They're moving out and up on the Spaniards. Kisley turning up the speed. That'll string the group out a little bit. Be hard for Burkett on the outside of that group, certainly to make forward progress at least. Fernandez, Alvarez, they're going to go right again. They've just had their tail tapped by their other Spanish crew. Strong, strong Hungarian boat that is. There go the Spaniards.
There go the Spaniards, left and right now.
So Hungary left. They're followed by Spain and South Africa on the right. Both Spanish and the South Africans on the right. Spain first up and running. No, they're not, sorry. Kisley is first up and running. Spain running past them on the bend.
Solid from Hungary.
Certainly looking a bit better for Kisley and Kahalmi now after that first Portage. It'd be interesting to find out what happened on that one, but they're looking...
Now look on the back
okay
left.
Now.
There come Jade Wilson and Nikki Burkett. Just come scorching
but
through.
where's
like
your yellow boat that was going to be good, Dave?
I was cautioning you to watch Jade and Nikki on the Portage, and they came through like there was a fast lane and designated slow lane.
Australians looking to be suffering a little bit on the Portage. Whoa, that was close for your first South Africans there, Dave. That was a super close moment for them.
No comments column, they're going.
Australians did really well there.
Yeah, it's a win
They're
for them.
Nearly in contact already. Spaniards away first again.
Who is struggling at the back now?
It's a whole paddles down moment now. Everyone's going to catch up. Let's have that Portage again.
I must admit, after two Portages ago, we gave a pretty poor report card to the Hungarians. These have been good.
Yeah. So you see on the left side, it's Kisley first to rise, pretty much in parallel with the Spanish, and they run through at the same speed. Yellow boat, the South Africans on the far side. We've also got, is that the Danes, is it? Struggling
Well, somebody
at the back
nearly
of
left
that.
their partner
yeah,
behind.
left their partner behind there. Now the speed goes up just a little. Rigassi and Chepe pressing on.
Kohalmi taking a moment just to get her juice system fitted. Kisley showing that she's got what it takes to keep that boat going at race pace, even if you put your paddles down for a couple of strokes in the back.
Kohalmi's struggling on her timing a little bit when the boat speed's low. Puts her paddle in early.
Denmark coming through the Portage.
Denmark 2. That's Hostrup and Hansen. Away they go, nice and cleanly. Their view is just one crew in front of them and then a long, long gap. There's their view, a long, long gap to the main group. And off the back of that main group, I think, is their teammates.
Yep.
Yep, there's the other Danes desperately trying to make contact. They'll be hoping that there's a paddles down moment in a minute and that gap will close itself. You can see what the gap's like there in that shot. It's probably 10 lengths. It's a long way.
Oh, that shot flatters to deceive. They've got a long way to go. So this is lap 5 of 7. Still a substantial amount of water still to be covered before we get to the sharp end of this race. And I have no doubt that the crews that have been dominant at the front will have not a collective plan, but certainly individual plans to whittle this group down long before we get to lap 7.
Most of the boats in there are happy with it this big. They've got a lot of hiding places in the back of that group. The people doing the leading, it's just a rotation of 2 or 3 boats. Everyone else just slotting into the back of the group.
The two Hungarians.
Why would you whittle down? You know, are the people you're whittling off any danger to you at the end? Probably not. So it's the only danger of having that many people around is the potential of incident or accident. I don't think Kisley or the Spanish will be worried about the Australians or the Danes. So I don't know. It's a decision. It's quite. I used to find it quite comforting to have a group that size because you've always got options. You've always got places to hide away.
If your honest assessment of the race is that you don't have the firepower to contest for gold, or maybe it's gold and silver, and that there's going to be a dogfight for one medal, I would far sooner have that with one other boat than 4, and then have to keep eyes on either side at a stage when you're tired and you just don't know what people are capable of. So to me, it's just eliminating risks to your medal. And we've got 2 Hungarians and 2 Spaniards who would love to eliminate. They would love that to be a 4-boat race. Do they pose a risk? Probably not in their minds, but you don't know. You don't know how they're going to be feeling in 25 minutes' time.
I just think your big players here, the 2 Hungarians and the Spanish crew. And there is potential. The South Africans, I think, could shake that up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they've got the firepower now to put any damage into anyone significantly, to a point that's significant in terms of the overall result. I think if they try and break up the group now, it will damage them more than the people they're trying to break up. That would be, if I was them, that would be my thought process.
The breakup move won't come from the South Africans right now. I think they're very content. I think they've astutely kept their matches dry.
What I'd be hoping for in their position is that, provided, which they have done every portage, I put myself in those first 3 boats coming out. At some stage, one of those boats might go and break this group up for me. So I just want to cover the the big guns, if you like. Want to cover the big guns at the Portage. Hopefully, when we get in on one of these portages, Kisley or the Spanish will make a break for it, and I'll be with them. If I do too much work now and I miss that break, I'm doomed.
Yeah.
But there's more that, you know, we're talking as if we've got the answer. There's more than one way of doing this, and everyone there knows it's not just a skill set thing, it's a mentality thing, and you're trying to work out. It's a game they're playing now, and you're trying to find a way of winning the game.
It also means, particularly for the person driving the boat, you cannot let your concentration drop for a second.
You don't.
You get caught with your
That's the
pants
job.
down when a move happens. It's going to come at a heck of a cost.
Yeah, I mean, even these phases where it looks like nothing's happening, the front, well, both paddlers in the boat, but primarily the front one, has their eye on pretty much everything and everyone around them. South Africans really struggling on that turn there. They've got pinballed back to the back of the group almost. The Australians are going to go round them. And Rebecca Mann, we know, has got a turn of speed. She's going to move up the group to a place she hasn't been in ages. That was a mistake from the South Africans.
Ooh, it's cutting the buoy tight.
Big up to you, Rebecca Mann. That was a small window opened, and she was on that straight away. I like the way she drives. That's quality vision, opportunist. Something weird's happening in the group now. Nobody knows what to do with that. Leader change. Rebecca Mann gets squeezed back one position. And Spain take the V and the right-hand side of the two Hungarians. Denmark back in the game. South Africa on the far side. Australia in the back. Australians unlucky there. They made a huge move to get in prime position, essentially, and then just at a time when the group changed, it wasn't even an aggressive change, it was just a relaxed change, and some of the work they did was negated just by a bit of bad luck, really.
Just reinforces the point earlier about being wide awake to opportunities, and Rebecca saw that and without any fuss and bother just took full advantage of it. She'll do it again.
Well, you need two things there. You need the vision to see the opportunity, but primarily you need the power to take that opportunity.
Execute, yeah.
And she had both there. I mean, obviously, when we're talking about Rebecca Mann, we're talking about Rebecca Mann and Hannah Scott. I mean, it's not a one-man band there. It's just easier for us to do one name at a time.
Make the driver the boat captain. Nikki Burkett looking over to her right, having a conversation with Saskia Hockley, who's, look at her. They are trying to make a move, I think, up on the right, or she's got something stuck on her rudder. That might have been the problem, and I think they've got rid of it. That boat was suddenly showing signs of having picked up some vegetation or weed or debris, and it took a bit of a wiggle and a jiggle to get the yellow boat back on track, but mission accomplished. They haven't conceded any space.
Quite tight's that right side, and South Africans taking the other two South Africans into the reeds.
Well,
there.
there's no room for Jade and Nikki to move over at all, so...
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, not without
there was.
getting...
They could have moved left a bit.
Not without getting too cozy with the Spaniards.
I think they're more... Yeah.
Look at the reeds. Now they're out in the wind. When they come around that corner, headwind, and the grind comes. This is where the hurt comes.
Okay, initiated by the South Africans who wanted to come around the Spaniards and get on the side of the Hungarians. And they, to be fair, they got pretty close then. But the Spaniards...
Settling down now.
Too quick for them. didn't quite make it stick. But that was a solid effort from Burkitt.
But the message from Kisley and Kolhalmi is get back in your hutch. Tanya and Tanya.
The yellow boat of Hockley and Byrne came up short on the speed front there. Every time there's a change in speed, they drop back. Denmark really well managed at the back of this group now.
So this is the third to last full lap in the women's race before we get down to the little 500 meter out and back. The Danes have been solid. They've been impressive sitting with this bunch right from the way they took off from the start. They've been full value for their ticket in this tour.
I mean, they've never been up the front end. They've never been in that lead 3. They were in the 4 to start with because that's where they were put pretty much from the start line. So they're managing those backwashes and they're finding some good waves and they're managing their energy well. They had that catch up to do, which they did successfully. And once they're back in there, they're out of sight, out of mind most of the time for all those other girls. Australians still looking good.
Hockley and Byrne.
We've got about 2 minutes to go until it starts hotting up for the next portage. And on to lap 6 of 7. So 2 more big laps.
Coming into view of the spectators on the opposite side of Lake Yels. And we had a fantastic weekend crowd yesterday. The atmosphere down here was terrific, particularly with Mads Pedersen delivering and more for the local fans. They couldn't have anticipated a more overwhelming Danish victory than they got from Mads. And they're back in their seats today, just soaking up another day of great marathon action. It's interesting to hear Tor Nielsen saying that there was the jury was out amongst the Danish paddlers about whether this would be a good venue, and it was a bit of a gamble to nominate Lake Yels as a venue, but it certainly ticked a lot of boxes, and it's right up there with one of, well, it's now going to be one of the world's good marathon racing venues.
Yeah, I mean, he said that because they hadn't raced here. It wasn't one of the typical race venues, but having done their championships here, they realised that it was perfectly good, and you know, the whole thing's been well organised, and yeah, there's been no problems at all, have there? Even last night when we were talking, well, we weren't talking to the mayor, he was talking to us. There was a suggestion that they might bid again at some point in the future to hold the championships here again.
I think you'd find a lot of athletes very happy about that. This community here has been very good about opening up homes and hosting this event. So here we go. Down into the Portage we come.
There's been absolutely no change in mood in the lead into that portage. In a minute, Spain will go right. South Africans on their right-hand side, pushing up just a little, but there goes Spain now.
Push coming from Jade Wilson and Nix Burkitt.
Both Spaniards going right again. They've gone right every time. Hungarians have come left every time. The white boat of South Africa also comes left.
They go long again. It's worked for them.
And your tail enders are always the
Hungary,
yellow boat of South Africa
good.
And Denmark. They're always the last to rise. Australians in trouble this time.
Oh!
Denmark in trouble this time. They're going to get the rudder out. Yes, they did get the rudder out before it got to the fence, so they're going to live another lap, but it's a long catch-up again for Denmark. Hungary running well now. The last 2 portages, they've been fine. Your South African boat in the white boat there.
Super run from Nikki and Jade.
Yeah, they've been Very safe, very well organised on all of these. Away goes Spain again, first out. Australia being overrun there by the Danes. And the speed goes up. And this is where you just want to be, as those South Africans, to get on this group when it breaks away. One of these it's going to break away. It could be this one. Spain are pushing on for sure. This could be the one that breaks up the group. So we got...
This is the start of the second
Spain,
to last full lap.
Hungary, South Africa, and Hungary. Spain 2, then South Africa 2, and Australia. And I'm not sure. So the second Hungarian boat there was actually Kisley. Lost a couple of lengths on the put-in by the look of it. And there goes the first. Oh, I don't know. The Spaniards trying to hold them off for now. Spain want to keep the speed high. I think they're worried that the Hungarians might drop the speed if they lead. So Spain pressing on. And away they go. That's exactly what we were talking about when they're up at the other turn. If the South Africans make the break with this lead group, and Kisley's kind of struggling to get back on terms. She's going to make it, right?
She will
we
make
know
it,
she'll
but
make it.
It's completely out of character for her to start backing off and mistiming, and it's completely out of character for Wanda. So momentary lapse of concentration, something's distracted her, or maybe there's some banter going on in the bunch, or maybe she, whatever the reason, but she's definitely got that.
That's not a dominant catch-up. Spain going right.
Taking the South African boat with them.
Kisley runs for Spain. That was more dominant from Kisley.
Yes.
She saw that window open. Norway coming through. Hopefully they get in without a capsize this time.
Erland and Stensholt.
That's
much better.
So Hungary, Spain, Hungary, South Africa. And it looks like the second South Africans are back with them, and the Australians. Danish still off the pace.
Yeah. Here comes the Danish crew into the seconding zone. Pernille Hostrup and Sophie Hansen.
Lars Koch doing the seconding there. One of the, if not the all-time great, I think, in marathon paddling. He had an armory second to none. Very few, none. No weak points in his game. And maybe if you add up the number of medals, it doesn't match someone like McGregor or Busto, but there weren't World Championships for half of his career, and then they only came along once every 2 years, and the races were 3 hours plus, so you didn't tend to double up, and he won a medal at every one he competed at.
Yeah, Ivan, you've had ringside seats to the evolution of marathon racing from the early days when it was a wild card. It was entirely up to the organizers to decide what you got thrown at, and what you dealt with in those early days varied wildly year for year. And they've become far more standardized and structured over the years, and probably easier to plan for.
Definitely more easy to plan, because you pretty much know what you're getting each year, and a lot of the old timers didn't take kindly to the lap format when it first came in, because it is comparatively sterile. But the real benefit that we've got with these small laps and these confined venues is this that we're looking at now: TV coverage.
Yeah.
Everyone can see the race. In the old days, the races used to disappear out of sight and come
For
back 2 hours later, and you saw none of it. Now you see all of it. Camera crews get better year on year. I think even the old timers can't argue that. They might still argue the case that it's a bit sterile, but you can't argue the case that it isn't better now.
And they're not ultra distances. Some of the early races were significantly longer than what
I mean, we're generally looking 30k for the senior men now, and it used to be 42 because that was marathon back in the day, and that would be 3 hours as opposed to their 2 hours now. And then I think the longest one we ever did was in Brisbane in '92.
And that was moving water as well, wasn't it?
That was 3.5 hours, and it was a war of attrition. It ended up, just one after the other falling off the group, and
last man standing.
Came to a finish between two of us on that day. So all 7 boats back in, Australians and South Africans. So we're missing 1 boat, which is Denmark. So the aerial shot there, Hungary leading, Hungary to the left, Spain to the right, Spain in the V. On the right-hand side of the group is South Africa, red, white and blue boat, Australia, yellow boat, South Africa 2.
That South Africa 2 boat that you're talking about, Saskia, Hockley and Mishburn, been happy to tuck into a tail wave. They've done nothing assertive. They've just, and that's why I said my only view on them is that they are literally keeping the reserves for when it counts and backing themselves.
I think if they're keeping those reserves, they need to stop losing ground on the portages and having to catch up, because catching up is one of the most expensive things you do, because you have to climb waves. That uphill section of a wave climb hurts. It doesn't matter who you are. Denmark there.
Yeah, let's have another look at that Portage. It's a good chance to run a rule over it. We got the jitters on Portage 2 when we saw the Hungarians really struggle, but their report card is much better now.
Everyone out pretty clean. The fragile ones are at the back here. You've got the yellow boat of South Africa just coming in now. And then on the left side of the pontoon, you see the Danes just getting out their boat now. Back of the boat gets lost, trying desperately to rake it in, and they take a little bit too long, and that's where they lost their ground. You can see once the people are up and running, you lose ground so quickly, and Denmark lost a good few lengths there that they're still behind at the moment. Those little mistakes, they seem so minor, but there's always a cost. But they're getting back there, and they're fortunate. This is a slow race. There's no real urgency, and when they do get back there, you have to say that Jeanette Rahag is managing those back waves so efficiently that I think the recovery is there.
Coming together between the South African boat,
Spain and South Africa.
And
that
the
South
Spanish
African boat should always be coming out and forward to the leader, and they drop back and behind each time. And I don't think there's intentional aggression from the Spaniards. They're just not expecting the route the South Africans are taking.
Now there's an opportunity for Saskia and Michelle to come up onto, and they're taking it. There they go.
Get on with it.
There they go. There they go.
The Spanish had moved across to go behind the Hungarians, knowing that the South Africans had to go out to the left, but they didn't go out for ages, so that was where the collision came. Yeah. The Spanish preempted what the South Africans would do, and they didn't do it. So again, Danes pick up one of the nice big backwashes there.
This is a return lap on the penultimate full lap, big lap. And it might just be this way until we come into the final portage. I wouldn't be at all surprised.
I can't see any change.
Van der Kisley having a bit of a chat across to her left.
Low, relaxed shoulders from Kisley. There's no loading on that paddle at all. Paddling along like that. Super relaxed. Really interested to know what the Spanish girls are thinking there, because time's running out. I'm not sure they can think that they can beat Kisley on a drag race to the finish on the last 100 metres. I don't think that's feasible.
Look at your options. Outwit, outsmart, or outsprint.
You're not going to outsprint, nor are you going to outsmart, to be fair. But I don't know.
You've got to
you run the
tactically
risk
roll
of
another
trying to
dice.
put something into them. The risk of putting something into them is that you lose your second place, and that starts to play with your mind. You think, maybe I'll come second today. I don't know. I think we could see them do a pretty hectic Portage, the Spanish, on either this lap or the final lap. I think maybe that's where what they're banking on.
The Spanish Portage has been good.
Every time so far.
Matched only by Jade Wilson and Nikki Burkett.
Yep,
They're the two quick boats on the grass.
Agreed. No, we're okay with that. We've got
Saskia
how
Hockley
long-
Wishburn on the bottom of your shot in the light yellow boat. Stepping out of the shadows really on this lap for the first time. They've been sitting on second and third wave and apparently quite happy there, but
I'm sensing a bias from you on them, Dave.
I'm encouraged to see them playing their cards. It's character-wise unlike them to be sharing an Uber.
Rugassi and Chepe kind of been a bit neutral with them on the Portages. Where have they been? They've been a bit invisible. Haven't really pointed them out, but they're always in the front 3 or 4 coming out from the Portage. So I guess they're reasonably well managed. The attention's always drawn to Kisley and the Spanish because you feel like that's the battle on here.
So with another full lap to come, I can vouch for the fact that the wind
Here goes
is
Kisley.
a factor. There she
Just
goes.
taking up. Spaniards move very tidily into the V, pushing the Australians back just 1 notch in that group.
Hungary, Spain, South Africa.
Denmark out to that right-hand side. I'm not going to question where she is because I think she's done a great job so far, but I would like to come left and go behind the Hungarians and between the Spaniards and the South Africans.
I think they're hanging on by the skin of their teeth, and that might expose them. It might
She's
make
been
them
so
vulnerable.
efficient once she's got back. I like it. They're about 3 minutes away now from the next Portage.
I don't know if the Portage represents a tactical opportunity to try and take the wind out of the Hungarian boat's sails.
It's the only weakness we've seen so far from the Hungarians was their first Portage. So I think stress them out, put them under a bit of pressure.
Stress him out going into it. I think if you could rattle and destabilize this
You can't.
setup going
They're
into
too
it.
strong. With half a length's lead, you're not even going to make a dent in their armour by pushing forward.
Charge around the outside and attack out on the right. Just inject the element of doubt.
Get the intent on Rebecca Mann's face there. She's these two at the back. As
They're
they
going to
have
come
been.
out of this with their heads high. So they're in front of the start-finish area on the far side, alongside the Royal Oak Golf Club, which means they are 50 meters away from the left-hand turn at the bottom turn can. That'll bring them into the Portage for the second to last time.
So Kisley will leave room on our left for our Hungarian teammates, I'm sure. South Africans might have to drop back. Spain and South Africa on the right-hand side. I mean, they've been like this.
Yeah.
This is just a repeat of every other Portage, isn't it, so
Do you know
far?
what that does, Ivan? It just, the lack of posturing and saber rattling just builds tension. it's getting to the point now where somebody is going to make a move that counts.
Same 3 boats at the back. Same 3 boats going to suffer.
It's almost a complete carbon copy.
Each time it's the same. Spanish go right with the South Africans. Australia and Denmark also going right. The yellow boat of South Africa coming into the left behind the 2 Hungarians. Spain a little bit tardy. Back paddler out the boat there. They lost a bit of ground.
Ooh, South Africa slow.
Danes coming in on that right-hand side. Last to rise again.
This is more like it from the Hungarians.
Yeah, but look at the Spanish. Spanish run well.
Coming through on the right.
Spanish not mucking about on that run. Straight past. They were slow. It was the back paddler in there. Was slow out the boat. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to see why. But they're a little slow into the boat, aren't they, these two?
Oh, paddles across the South African boat. Oh.
That's the worst we've seen from that white South African boat.
Yeah, it was
Australia. Big up to
well
Australia.
done.
Seriously. That is a seriously good result from where they were at the entrance to that portage. And Kisley is going harder than we've seen her.
Start of the last full lap, Ivan.
I think.
You going to ride this caravan or are you going to break it up?
2 Spain, 2 Hungary. Real shame for the South Africans in the white boat there, because that's the first one they've had a little error on. And it's the first one where this group have actually left meaningfully. You can see the South Africans on the right-hand side of your shot there, just back with the Australians. But this speed has gone up somewhat now. Spain, Spain, Hungary, Hungary. And it's going to be a tough journey back this time. Yellow boat of South Africa. No, not anymore.
Yeah. Surprised to see them so slow on the portages. I really am.
That isn't a beautiful K2 partnership. Considering the firepower they've got in there, they lack a bit of smoothness in there. I think the speed's dropped again now. Those 4 were away. But there's the bow of the Australians, and they're bringing the South Africans with them.
They are. Best grooved K2 combination you ever saw?
In the women's?
Women's or men? Just timing, synergy. It's a thing of beauty when it all works.
I can't think of their names now, but they were winning the men's K2 back in '98. Hungarians. God, that's quite embarrassing. I can't remember their names, but they were amazing, I thought.
Do you want to phone a friend? Or?
I am embarrassed by my senior moment, not being able to remember their names, but somebody will tell us. But I really liked them. They were superb.
Erland and Stensholt coming through the portage.
In the women's K2, I'm going to go for the Spanish crew that are racing today. Alvarez, Fernandez. They look so tidy and smooth as a K2.
It's brilliant to actually watch a crew when they're in that purple zone, and it's you almost want to make a music video out of it. It's that good to watch.
So the Danes going to get back there on the left-hand side of that. They are. It's only the yellow boat of South Africa that isn't.
It's Hockley and Mishburn who are finding themselves spectators rather than participants in the race at the front.
Second Danish crew, Hansen and Hostrup. They'll get a cheer as they come past the crowd, I'm sure.
They're running their portage fantastically. No handles needed, cockpit's just fine.
Away they go.
Little smile from the camera from Hansen.
So 1 portage to go.
And will there be an effort to shred a few off this front bunch before we come into that last portage, or is it going to be decided on that portage and the final 2x500 sectors that make up that last little lap? Sophie Hansen at the back of that boat. That's looking well grooved.
Does look good. Unfortunately, it looks good 800 meters behind the other girls, but it's only a matter of time. Press on. No, I think that front group's just going to stay as it is. We've lost the South Africans now. I think that's a given. Australia still in the game. And Denmark still in the game.
Still 7 on that bunch. I don't think the Danes pose a serious threat to this race. If they can stay with the bunch all the way through till the finish straight, it'll be a win for them.
The Danes are the best in here at picking up the pieces, and they only need to have a little bit of luck at that portage and they'll get away with whoever they're with at the time and make the best of it. They're the best of making the best of their ability, I think, in the group.
Yeah, good call.
Closely matched by the Australians today, who have now got the best seat in the house for the last lap. And you know what? They've got a bit of a turn of speed on them as well.
Confirmation that Sass and Mish are now really drifting off the back of the bunch.
So we're going up to the top turn for the very last time. Here we go.
Organised and unflustered.
In that respect, very unlike the junior boys race this morning. Ooh, cutting it tight on that turn. No love lost there.
Junior boys being what junior boys are, I'm sure they will some of them will be a bit down about the way that race panned out for them. I mean, there were 4 swimmers in the opening quarter hour. But they'll all know that they were part of a scrap that's going to be talked about for some time to come, and I guess that does your street cred quite a lot of good.
Not sure. Again, just that boat falls back onto the half V, and I was just going to say Rebecca Mann's put herself really back into this race because she was on that front V. Now she's just been squeezed back by the Spaniards. Either the speed's so high that I think what the Spanish have done there, they think that at some point Kisley is going to be the next leader, and the Spanish who fell back behind the other Hungarians are just covering the tail of Kisley. If she goes, they'll be able to squeeze Mann out. If they hadn't dropped back there, then they wouldn't have had a route to the tail of Kisley. So if that's the plan, that's a good plan. So if Kisley goes from there, she's second one up in the group. The Spaniards can move across on the Australians and take them out. If they were still to the right of, or to the left rather, of the lead Hungarians and Kisley led, they would be fighting to stay on that second washout. So half decent plan from the Spanish there. But the Australians definitely putting themselves back into this race now. They've had an easy leg up for the first time pretty much up to that top turn. And now they're having an easy leg back down to the final portage.
What can they reasonably expect to do from here? And I'm not knocking their prospects.
They're not somebody. They're not a crew you'd have had down for a medal on the start line. But all you need to do is to be second or third out from this last portage, and they've got firepower in that boat. So then you just have to stay with whoever's going to win. And actually, you know, I would love the Spanish to win this. I think the Hungarians are going to, but third place is super open.
Two Australian athletes on the podium would definitely shake up the world order in women's K2 racing. It'd be
South Africa's making a bit of headway. This group is moving super slow. And there's potential. The yellow boat from South Africa could make it back before the portage. Still quite a long way to go.
And they're on that outside wave, so let's see if they can avoid getting rubbed into the reeds. Look at the reeds getting whipped in the background. It's choppy out here at Lake Yels. And as we heard Mads saying yesterday, if you have got any fatigue, it's going to get exposed by that headwind coming back down and in the finish straight.
South Africa closing up on the back of this group. At some point, though, you will see Kisley take control. Don't know how far away they are. They're just in sight there.
They're just taking
so
that
it won't be long,
right-hand
I
turn.
don't think, before Kisley takes control of this group.
You're saying Vanda not happy with 8 boats coming into the portage?
No, I think she just wants to be in first. She won't want to be sat there for that whole time. She'll take the lead in a minute. I think she just has. So Kisley now leading. Spanish exactly where they wanted to be. And it will stay like this. The only thing that potentially could change here, Burkitt could take on the Spaniards for that right-hand side, but I don't know. I don't think they've got the guns to do it. Osa Toledo, they knew they'd end up in that V when they dropped back onto the half V earlier. It's where they want to be, and they're just banking on being fresh for the last lap.
And Hockley and Mishburn have now reconnected. Burned some matches to get there, but they are back on that bunch.
That tells you what sort of speed that front bunch is travelling, to be fair. Rather than, you know, I know they've done a good job to catch up. It's always a good job if you catch up, but you don't catch, well, you saw it yesterday, you don't catch Kisley up if she's going full guns.
That is a nervous and quite sedate pace as they come into view for the fans sitting here on the side at Lake Gels. And we literally have got a quarter of a lap, and then a portage, and then the short 500 by 2 lap. And there are 8 boats together.
So the history of these portages has the Spaniards getting in first, probably Kisley getting in second, and South Africans third.
The South Africans in Nikki Burkitt and Jade Wilson. Yeah.
But we're adding a new level of stress on this last one because everyone knows that mistakes are costly now. And once the idea of mistakes enters your head, then mistakes tend to happen.
So if Kisley gets clear water at the put-in from this portage...
Oh, if Kisley gets out in front at all...
It's good night, nurse.
And I think she's got the firepower to overtake anyway. Provided their boat's running in the way it should be.
So they're 100 meters away from the bottom turn. Kisley certainly hasn't decided to rattle the cages at this stage. She's sitting comfortably at the front. It hasn't.
She's very much banking on her turn of speed. She's keeping it as slow as she can for as long as she can.
She's got the other Hungarian boat on her left.
Be interesting to see if she does them a favour on the turn and leave them enough space to paddle hard into the Portage, because she hasn't on all of them.
The Spaniards on her right. This is their opportunity to attack, surely. I
We
mean,
know both the Spaniards go right, both the Hungarians go left.
if they want any moral high ground when they get to the end of the Portage and the last lap, they're going to have to really savage this Portage.
Spanish crew of Osa and Toledo tucked in the V, and they're a little bit dependent on what the Australians do when the front Spanish crew move forward. Kisley left plenty of room for her teammates on the inside there. So this is it.
The last Portage.
It's going to be decided by who makes the least errors, I think, here. I think provided Kisley comes out with the group.
It's just feeling
she's
so
just
cagey.
She's got the firepower to deal with being 2-3 lengths down, Kisley.
So, Hungary.
Spain.
Oh, Kisley's just missed it on first grasp, but it doesn't cost too much.
So did the Spaniards.
The Spaniards are slow.
There's trouble there for the second. No, that's the South Africans.
There was a bad takeout from Nikki and Jade.
It was. So
Spain in second.
Hungary. And then the South Africans will run past the second Spaniards and maybe even the second Hungarians.
That's what they're trying to do.
Spain are going to get to the water first, I think. It depends on the put-in. They've been a bit shaky sometimes, and away they go. They're first to leave. So it's down. The Hungarians have to overtake. Ooh, that's a little bit close there. Australia still in the game. Then I've got a bit of a soft spot for them now. I really hope they can pick something from the bones of this. Spain lead. Kisley not having it, though. She's going to lead, and there's the winner right there.
Kisley's opened the throttles.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yeah. Game over. If she gets past the Spaniards here, which I think she will, then it's fighting for second place between the Hungarians to Kisley's left and the Spaniards to Kisley's right. South Africans are getting the V.
They're coming into the diamond.
And
after a bit of an iffy Portage, which had hearts in the mouths of the South African fans watching.
It's a stressful place in that V over this kind of period. You have to wait and wait and wait. You know Kisley's going to win. Now, if Kisley piles on all the way to the end, you stand the chance of coming through on the wave.
Getting pulled through.
If they pull ahead and then slow down towards the finish line to do a bit of a showboating or celebration,
you're blocked in.
You're kind of stuck, yeah. So you've got to hope that when they go to the death. And Kisley leads Spain with world champions Fernandez and Alvarez about to lose their title, I think, here. As much as I favour them as a crew, Australia on the left there, they've got freedom to come up if they want.
If they've got the gas in the tank.
They have. They've got some firepower in there.
And there's no move for the jugular just yet. I think they are.
There won't be. You've got. Kisley will just gradually increase the speed until someone attacks, and then it will start. She won't instigate the speed up for the finish. She'll respond to whoever takes her on.
And I manage the Spaniards are going to up the ante first.
Were the South Africans coming out of the V just as we saw them there? Yep.
They're going right.
So they're going right, and that's going to irritate the Spaniards.
Well, that's their chance of a medal, I think.
Come on, Australia.
Straya's going up on the left. South Africa going on the right. The Spaniards just to the right of Kisley. The other Hungarian crew to her left. We've got 400 meters to the finish now.
Australia not got the legs to do it. She's going to try and bury herself into the V, but she's not. Oh, she's not going to make that either.
The South Africans are
Brave
trying
effort
to
from
climb
the
over the wave on the right.
Such a long way for them, though.
But this is Vanda Kisley with both hands on the throat of this race.
It would be a gradual increase of speed from about where they are now, just gradually turning it up. And when Kisley thinks she can make it to the finish without fear, then it will accelerate. South Africans having a pop at the Spanish. And didn't make it.
It's just not making any inroads. And there's no, this is...
No, but Kisley just speeds up each time.
She's gradually increasing it.
It's tough now for the Spanish.
And they're 150 meters out. If there's going to be...
South Africa have the last 50 meters is their chance. They've got to wait and wait. And it's from about now that the South Africans have a chance to come round.
There's gold,
if they're going to do it as Kisley slows down.
In this picture.
But they're not going to make it.
Gold is going to go to Van der Kisley and a miss Kolhalmi. Oh, that's going to be so tight to separate. But it is going to be between Spain and Hungary. Spain, Hungary, South Africa, Australia.
I mean, we're not in a position to judge who comes second and third there, but it looked like Spain from our position. Obviously, that will come down to the camera.
And there's the charm of Van der Kisley just bubbling over on the other side of the start line.
It's easy to be charming when you've won.
No, look.
Everyone's charming when they win.
Vanda's one of the good guys. She's got that in abundance.
She is lovely.
The Spaniards are celebrating their medal, and well they should.
Super stoked to come first in that.
That's the Vanda double.
Spaniards pretty pleased. I think they knew pretty much from the start of that first place was going to be a long shot. There's your confirmation.
Big hugs.
Unofficial results still, though, that Hungary, Spain and Hungary. Hats off to South Africa for being in the mix at the end. And Australia, I really enjoyed what you did out there today.
Yep.
So thanks for the entertainment on that.
But the dominance, the stranglehold that Van der Kisley is capable of exerting on these races is just fantastic to watch.
Danes as well. We didn't see them after the final portage, so I'm not sure what happens to them. Second Danish crew there, Hansen and Hostrup. Just on their last short lap, and I'm pretty sure there's no one on site who Stefan enjoys interviewing more than Van der Kisley. He's moved on from the Renata Che days, where Renata Che was everything, and now it's Kisley. That's his favourite interview of the weekend.
And she gives you full value for those interviews.
Yes,
she's honest, she's frank, she's not afraid to admit her vulnerabilities, and she just does it with a bubble and charm, which she's a very accessible personality. It's really great to see the youngsters sort of walk around her periphery in awe, and then suddenly realize that she's human and she's friendly and she's likely to be just as accessible as anybody else. So, Sophie Hansen, Pernille Hostrup. Just about completing their last lap.
And we get a lunch break now, which
you
is nice. You probably don't need lunch, Dave, the amount of sweets you've been eating.
I've got to say,
you're lucky.
I'm going to have to take a pretty careful run up at this next, what are these things called? Boflers. Because the bofler looks like a great idea, but the minute you start eating it, it quickly degenerates into a syrupy gravy, which for a single handheld delicacy is tricky to manage.
Yeah. So Norway stuck with that front group for quite a long time.
Yeah.
Had that one incident where they swam on the get-in at the portage. And now, with 100 yards to go, they're going to be the next to finish. Just a mild point of interest, Norwegians all paddle left-handed.
Come again?
Norwegians all paddle left-handed.
Compulsory to paddle left-handed, irrespective of...
I don't know if it's compulsory, it's just how it is. It's just one of my after-dinner facts. I know that all Norwegians paddle left-handed, and I know how Easter is positioned in the year. And not a lot of people know that, so that's a really interesting fact. We can come to that later.
Speeding up for the finish.
Quality stuff from Elise Erland and Elsa
Well done,
Stensholt.
girls. Great job.
Best part of your K2 race is being able to just put your hand behind the cockpit and your partner just instinctively reach forward and give you a low five. It's essential
I
part
think
of
the
your
best
K2
part of
day.
K2ing is that you share the experience with someone else, and actually winning the K1 is quite a lonely thing sometimes, and to be able to share that with your partner in a K2 is really quite nice.
There's a journey that gets you to that point as well. It's sometimes it's not just your athletic ability. There's a relationship that has to be managed between the two. You invariably have your downs and days that don't go according to plan, but when it all comes together for the one that counts, I'm sure it's really special. Pernille Hostrup and Sophie Hansen. There's some chatter coming from Sophie in the back there. Yeah, this is, for most athletes, it'll be one chance in a lifetime to race World
Well done,
Marathon
ladies.
Champs in your home ground.
Good job in front of a home crowd. So I'm sure we're making our way to the interviews.
There we are. Victims are being lined up.
Stefan doing those. I look forward always to the slightly Northern English twinge of Tanya Alvarez when she speaks. A bit of Spanish mixed with Northern. Always a winner.
So we are lining them all up, and the man with the very pleasant duty of introducing those three crews is Stefan.
Vanda and Emese, congratulations, what a race.
Thank you.
So, tell us a little bit. It was a race in a big group all the way.
Yeah, I wasn't expect that. We wanted to rock away with maybe 4 boats, but I don't know, my paddling was so awful, and the ants was running in my legs. So yeah, I didn't enjoy the race so much, but I'm very happy and I'm very surprised that we could win.
You should. 2 gold medals and 1 silver medal in these championships.
Yes, I'm very grateful, and thanks for my partner Amasha. She's very strong, and she did the most work in the K2, so thank you.
Oh, and thank you, Wanda. It was a really good race, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, the gold medalist, Vanda Nemeshe. And silver to Tanya and Tanya. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tell us a little bit of the race from your perspective. How was it?
Well, it was a really tough race. Since the beginning, a big group of 7 boats. A bit frustrating because nobody wanted to colorate much, so it was the last portage, final portage, sorry.
Yeah, you were a pretty big group. Was the speed low?
Yeah, it was low. I think all the girls were very cautious because of the wind, the conditions of the day. It's not really up, but yeah, we need to rest in the wash, try to reserve all the energy for the end, because as I said before, it was a big group, 7 boats, I think, I counted, so.
You tried a little bit on the third portage, and you were free for a couple of minutes, but you decided not to go.
Yeah, because we saw like nobody's coming. Well, let's have this comfortable rhythm and let the girls catch us. And
Big hands for the silver medalist from Spain, Tanya and Tanya. And bronze medalist to Hungary. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
So from your perspective, how was the race?
it was really tiring, and the wind was blowing so much. It's so much tiring than if it was not blowing. Also, we were surprised too that we went in such a big group all the way, but we could manage, fortunately.
You did, and you did very well. I will let you go. You're freezing now. Big hands to Sana and Pana.
Thanks, Stefan. Good to hear from the three women's crews at the end of a race that turned out pretty much the way we thought it was going to go. Breather time now. There's a look at the results. Van der Kisly and Amis Kulhalmi, your world champions. Tanya Fernandez and Alvarez from Spain taking second, and the second Hungarian boat of Rogasi and Tepe making up the balance of the podium. Nikki Burkett and Jade Wilson, full value for their fighting fourth. Same must be said of Rebecca Ban and Hannah Scott, and Irati Osa and Arances Toledo. Not good enough to get into the front bunch, but certainly holding their heads high. Seventh going to Winter and Rahag from Denmark. Saskia Hockley and Mish Byrne fading in the later stages. Troubled by the Portages, they finished up in 8th. Norway's Erland and Stensholt, we've just seen finishing, along with Pernille Hostrup and Sophie Hansen. Brings down the curtain on the women's senior K2 racing. Chance to catch our breath and look forward to the event that traditionally brings down the curtain on the marathon champs each year. It's the senior men's K2. Got a big field. We've got some strong crews. We've got a crowd assembled here at Lake Yels, ready to watch all the action. And women's medal ceremony will happen relatively shortly. And then the big K2 race. I think it's time to go and get that local sweet pancake, Ivan.
Very much so. I think we've done a solid shift this morning. Hopefully we kept you informed on the races, and we'll look forward to seeing you again this afternoon for the senior men's race at 2 o'clock.